Hello, hello. Don't know if anyone's in here right now. Just doing a few things before we get into it. Yeah. Hello, Miro. Good to see ya. How's it going? Well, uh, how's it going for you, Ben? How's it going for you two? I'll try not to stay too long. Can't promise, but... yeah. I don't know if Party is in chat, but I will try not to go on too long. I'm good. I took a scooter to work to time it 10 minutes. Been on a scooter. Wow. I was thinking I'd show up 15 minutes earlier. Nah, we're gonna stream till midnight. My sleep schedule has continued to stay really fucked. So it's not like I will go to bed, but I'm definitely, I don't know, like if I stream later than 12, it will be to do something else that will not be as intensive. I'm running right now on pain meds. But the good news is on Sunday night, I should be more mentally you know, everything will be more stabilized. Hello, hello. Progging MSQ on your FC character. Ooh. Got some MSQ progress on my stream character today. Yeah, Ben already has his FC character through Endwalker. I wonder how he did that. Staying up late writing? No. I've been working on a point and click mystery. So as everyone who has, well, I don't know how many people know, but I've been studying how to program video games for a little while now. And every now and then I feel inspired to tackle the next section. So basically, I want to practice making inventories, because if I ever want to make an RPG, I obviously need to know how to make an inventory. So I first began with a 3D point and click game, but it became readily apparent to me that I needed more practice making like demo tutorials. So instead of trying to make one with multiple links and things like that, I'm making a small 2D escape room puzzle, and it's not intended, like it will last only like 5 minutes. But the idea is that it would help me learn how to build an inventory and how to craft items together, like what kind of a coding system in the back end could you require to, like, what would you require to do that? So yeah, I'm not doing any writing right now. I'm just doing coding, basically. Pain meds, did I get hurt? Only in the very regular sense, Epic, that all women of yeah. If you're a very how can I say this? If you're regular and you are moderately healthy and you have enough fat on your body, you should have a very regular cycle. And my cycle has come around, which explains why on Sunday I was like wiped out. And yesterday night I was so pale. Yesterday night I was so pale. Yeah. So I'm craving a lot of meat right now. I'm craving a lot of iron, and I'm not always up to date in social media posts. Yeah, I'm terrible about posting. Besides which, it's kind of stupid posting. Hey everyone, it's that time of the month now. You know, that's kind of ghetto. And honestly, it's not that bad compared to what other people experience. But this month, I'm feeling it. Like sometimes you get more bloated, and sometimes you get more, there's more pain. So this time more pain. So I'm actually taking medication. I usually don't. Usually I just kind of tough it out. Sensa, are you all right? You came. Thank you. Wow, what a dick. A dick Tia. Wow. My keeper boy is like, fuck you, wannabe noon. Oh. Has my final chakra opened? I'm here to get all the bitches. He's juicing up. He's on steroids. Steak for dinner? Oh man, I wish. Fucking hell. I did one of those electrical things where they stuck stuff on my abdomen to force the stimulation of those cramps. It was a triple date. And when we saw they had it at the convention, the other two dudes kept running their mouths. I love light bros, but they can run their brows. And so we ended up doing it. And I, who wasn't talking shit, was doomed with the other two. I never was. I certainly don't do it now. Yeah. Some girls get it really bad, Epic. I'm really blessed. I'm just so, yeah. Just this time, it's not so great. The last couple of times have been tougher. Playing Monk, I'm trying, Jonathan. I'm trying. It's not very natural to me. I have no idea what I'm doing. I've not researched rotations. No, nothing. Just C button, press, light up, press button. I will say though, I was doing some frontline the other day, and frontline as Monk is, I can see why people play Monk on frontline. You get the dashes, things feel, how can I say it? Because of the way frontline maps are, everything is so broad. As a summoner or as a white mage, you have to be very careful about keeping your distance because you're squishy and you're meant to be ranged. But it's so very easy to fall out of the group. Let's just say it's harder to keep ranged in frontline. But with Monk or with things that are meant to be close range, frontline is much more feeling good. Dragon Kick is your rotation. How is Chico's latest adventure? We haven't really started. I'm just doing some very basic stuff right now. I'm just chilling for a little bit. Just kind of getting back. I rested. I introduced Party to Criterion Dungeons. So we've been doing the Sylvan Subterrane. We've got like a little Word document going. We're tracking it ourselves. For Shay, since you're not a big WoW player, you are a big WoW player, not a 14 player. Variant Dungeons and Criterion Dungeons. So there are 2 levels. Well, technically 3 levels. These dungeons have multiple endings, and you can go in as 1 person, 2, 3, or 4 people. And each time you go in, you unlock a piece of a puzzle, and you find out about this character's, what happened in their past. And it's more difficult. It's more difficult. The bosses are a bit more difficult. I ran it with someone and I just kept dying. Yeah. So it's very famous because Asmongold, when Asmongold was playing, he asked Yoshi P during an interview, a very famous interview. Asmongold asked Yoshi P, will there ever be kind of like almost like a Mythic Plus? And Yoshi P just smiled, and then this came out. Now people enjoyed it, and there's like 12 endings, kind of like 12 paths to unlock, and there's different dungeons, different paths, different dungeons as well, like with a whole other set, right? So they've kept working on this. They've kept working on this side content, which I think is fantastic. But a lot of people felt like the reason to run it wasn't good enough. So even though people said they wanted high level, difficult content to run for small groups, let's just say it left me feeling that people say one thing, but they mean something else entirely. They tell you that they want a challenge, but they don't really. And they tell you that it's about the intrinsic reward of doing something and beating it, but they don't really. I've since come to the conclusion that people are either liars or they're ignorant about themselves. So I came out of this whole situation slightly black-pilled about gamers in general. For me, I obviously I didn't know life it, but I almost never know life things, except unless it's like a hobby and I'm creating something, then I'll know life it. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, it was a whole situation because the rewards weren't good enough, essentially. So people felt like, why should I do it if I'm not getting rewarded? And there's an aspect to it where it does feel like a missed opportunity. Maybe they should have added some tombstones. Maybe they should have added raid gear, something. But honestly, this comes down to I've been struggling with it a lot, right? Like, why do we do things? Do we do things because of the reward, the extrinsic reward, or are we doing it because we just want to waste our time? Because there are a lot of games out there that succeed in wasting people's time. And people will get a reward after that. May look cool, may not look cool. But because it took a lot of time, let's say years and years, or the RNG was so shitty that just having it tells you that you know life this thing, and therefore you're better than everyone else. I just think there's I don't know. I'm still torn about how to talk about it because I don't even know if my sentiments are correct. I think this is an aspect where, and Epic will appreciate this may simply be a subjective situation and there may be no objective answer to it. All I know is that for me, like, rewards matter. But even if you give me a really good reward and I don't feel like doing it, I won't do it. And that's the kind of person I am. Like, for example, if you told me you can work, 40 hours a week at a candy packaging plant, and you'll have enough money to get your own apartment and you can be on your own and live in this really nice place and be able to order food whenever you want, etc., etc. Or would you like to do this job over here that you would much prefer doing, but you'll be paid half the price? I've always gone with the second option. So I've always preferred to follow what I want to do, even if even if common sense would say you should go with the greater reward. But once again, I think this is entirely about perception. I think it's about a person's feelings. So I can't say that the other players like Xenosysvex, Arthas, Zepla, Pyro, Preach, a lot of other players who felt like it wasn't worth the grind. I'm not saying that their opinions are invalid. It simply made me realize that it's never simple. It's never simple. It's easy for Asmongold or some players to come up and be like, we want harder content because we want the challenge, but they don't really want the challenge. They want the challenge and a reward to show for the challenge. So then they can flex on people and say, oh, I did this challenge. And it's not even necessarily a real challenge. It's just a time-related challenge. So it's difficult. They're liars. They know they suck deep inside. Maybe. I don't know. So the reward is more story. There is some reward, Shay. There is some reward. You got a glam. The glam looks like a film noir because the team was in love with Spy X Family. And if you watch Spy X Family, which is an anime, then you would also recognize the emote that you could get along with it, which was this. It's called the WoW emote. And it's based off of Anya from the anime. Well, I mean, this is the most anime thing that you can do, right? But this wow emote was one of the things you could get from it. There was an earring that you could get from it. The earring's not very flashy though. You can get the glam set. So it was like a 5-piece glam, I guess. And if you complete all 12 endings, you get a mount. Yeah. Now, the mount and the glam and the emote and the poetics need to amp up the poetics for this, honestly. If they made this a poetics, like you could get a healthy amount of poetics from it, I think it would be fantastic. But if you finish all 12 of these options down here, then you get a mount. For extremes, it's because the fights are fun to learn and accomplish. I get bored by the mounts pretty quick. Yeah. Yeah, Vic, I think there are a lot of people who... So the Final Fantasy XIV's fights are famous for being dances. And a lot of people talk about it being a dance, and that's only partially true. I think what we could say about 14 fights is if you like puzzles, you will like fighting in Final Fantasy XIV. If you don't like strategy and if you don't like puzzles, then you're fucked. So, yeah. So I think a lot of people who find intrinsic joy from cracking the puzzle and getting through mechanics and learning, which, by the way, is something that I do get into, I think that is nice. I just don't like the mount. If it was a dragon or alien or spider, something cool or ice or lightning themed, I would no life grind. That's why I'm glad the level 100 mount isn't good to me. That's why I'm glad. Okay. Damn monkeys. What I'm hearing is satisfaction matters. If what's in front of you won't be, for some reason, provide you a sense of satisfaction, it doesn't appeal. I think that's true of most people. But what satisfies everyone is different. Exactly, Shay. Exactly. And I think what bothers me is when people don't understand how to tell people how to give feedback, right? So if a bunch of developers or a writer that you're beta reading for asks you questions how to improve, it can be very easy. Do you maybe chat knows this, but the closer I get to my period, the more nitpicky I get. And this is because deep down underneath, I have a suspicion that we never communicate as well as we ought to be communicating. I certainly know I struggle with communicating well. It makes me obsess over how I communicate. It's one of the reasons why I almost never do videos off of the fly, because I'm really worried about the words that I'm choosing. And I want to be very clear and precise about what I'm trying to say. Now, does this mean I'm free from error? No, that doesn't mean that. It just means I'm trying my best to mitigate that as far as I'm able to. But there are a lot of people out there who just say things and they don't actually think about what they're saying. So when they come to the devs and they say, we want hard content, what they actually mean is we want hard content, and on top of that, we also want adequate rewards that show off the hard content that we did. But not enough people were saying that, honestly. It was just really people don't talk about it the right way. And so if you can't talk about it the right way, the people you're giving feedback to are going to be very confused. And this is why I get worried when we online talk about giving feedback to creatives, to filmmakers, to actors, to devs, to writers. I do think there is this overinflated notion that because I have a keyboard, I should just be going out and telling people everything. And I honestly think some people should shut up and sit down, because they might have some legitimate feelings about something. I'm not eradicating their feelings, but they don't know how to talk about it in a helpful way. It would be like someone coming out and being like, Rings of Power sucks. Okay. Good for you. You have 2 brain cells that you can rub together, right? But why does it suck? How can we go into it, right? How can we look at this and learn from it and improve from it? And that's where I think things are a problem. Like, talking about it is a problem. And that's why, for example, a while back, Shay was sharing how she was really struggling with the WoW storyline. I'm not dismissing people who like WoW's storyline or people who don't like WoW's storyline. I want to know the specifics of why does a person like it or why does a person not like it. And if I walk into a room, let's say I walk into a room and I hear everyone talking about how much they love the latest WoW story or how much they love the latest Final Fantasy XIV expansion story, right? They love Dawntrail, right? There's 30 people in a room. They're all loving on Dawntrail, but there's one person in the corner. There's one person in the corner who's not happy. I instinctively want to go over there and I want to hear that story. It's one of the reasons why I struggled with making the most recent video about there being a double standard for men and women. The reason why I struggled about it is because I felt like we're in a room where there's 30 people saying there's a double standard. Like, I feel that most of the people who watch my content already believe that. I'm preaching to the choir. I don't care about the obvious things that we all know. I care about the less obvious things that we don't know. So I could have Preach and Zepla and Pyro and Accolon and all of these people that I deeply respect telling me, oh, this new World Within is phenomenal. It's great. There's some things I'd fix, but it's great, right? They can come and tell me over and over again, this is fantastic, right? I want to hear from that one person who's like, oh, it's not fantastic. I want to understand where are they coming from, because that perspective is interesting and there might be something that we're missing that could be improved that one person might be able to see. Like, it's not enough just to rest on your assumptions and just accept everything. And same thing goes with Rings of Power. It was so easy. I could have probably made more content just easy peasy dogpiling on Rings of Power, right? It could be so easy, just dogpiling on Rings of Power, just say it's shit, call it a day, take some pot shots at it. It's one of the easiest, video TV shows to mock these days. But I wanted to, when I was experiencing it, there were moments where I legitimately had a good time, few and far in between, but there were moments where something was there. And I wanted to understand why those things existed and why the rest of it was trash. And that's what I'm talking about. You respect Pyro, girl? Are you fine? You need help? I respect Pyro in the sense that I respect him as a human being. Like, I respect most people. Now, does that mean I agree with him all the time? No. Does that mean that sometimes when he has freakouts, I appreciate that? No, but she said the word subjective. No, my flag can be abrasive in certain discussions. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair, Epic. Yeah, and also remember, Epic, I see the world as well as a teacher. And when you are in that role of a teacher, maybe one day you will become a mentor in your new career, right? Because Epic's starting a career. And so maybe at some point, Epic will become a mentor and will discover objective valuations. Some people are just lazy. Not doing anything just satisfies them enough. It's even more than that, Leo. It was people saying Final Fantasy XIV is boring, so they want more difficult content. And so then they were given more difficult content, but they should have clarified and said, we want more difficult content, but we also want reward to go with that very difficult content so we can flex on the rest of the community and make them feel like shit. Because that's really what it's about in an MMO, is flexing on other people. Let's all be real. My satisfaction has different demands every time I log on WoW as far as that hobby goes. Yeah, see, Shay, I'm kind of in your boat. I'm paddling in this canoe with you. I am, if you just look at my character, okay, so my reputations are, well, you know, they are what they are. It is what it is. My leveling, let's just say I'm not racing to be all 90 or 100, right? My leveling is pretty sketchy, right? It's just, I'm not, I hate saying things like I have ADD or I have ADHD, but how can I say this? I go where my satisfaction goes. And if I'm not feeling it tonight, I'm not doing it. Now, on occasion, I've done things with party that I might not have otherwise have chosen to do and discovered that I had a good time after all. But generally speaking, if I don't feel it, I don't feel it. Then I'm not going to do it. Hence why everything is so littered, right? Like I haven't capped my island sanctuary. I haven't finished decorating my house. I haven't capped everything to 100. I haven't finished all of the relics I'm working on. There's so much content in this game I have not done simply because A, I'm not spending my life on there, and B, I'm busy, and C, like I said, I flit around. The giant mouse with a floof tail is not a Riva item. Yeah, Epic Party is so excited to get the floof. And I am kind of excited. But once again, that's a subjective. So, like, that's your opinion. Your opinion matters to you. It does not matter to anyone else. Right? That's the problem with having an opinion. It's not weighty. It's just you. Really. And you can have your feelings, but at the end of the day, it's just your opinion, right? So some people might have been happy with it. I don't know. I don't know how many people liked or disliked that mount. It's pink. I hate the color pink. It's not my favorite. But yeah. Some of the harder fights rely on tuning the mechanics, knowing them beforehand instead of merely your ability to react. Yeah, Vic, there's a whole level, I definitely think. I think the timer in Criterion Savage is a huge turnoff. Oh my lord, I haven't even tried that, Jonathan. I don't even know if I would ever do that. Many schools of study do consider language to be a type of guessing game, which is a skill that can always be improved on. Language is a guessing game. That might be a reality I refuse to accept, Epic. I think in general social situations there's body language and then there's spoken language, and generally as a rule we have to be careful about our spoken language because societally, although language can change in its meaning, there is a general understood way of talking about things. I'll give an example. One day I was sitting in Chinese class and I asked my teacher if there was any way to say things like, you know, like that person's a bad person. And we were talking about we were looking at certain adjectives, I guess. You could say we were looking at adjectives. And we were talking about the word, I think it's called pola or huila. and this concept of broken. So like the glass is broken, or the chair is broken, the table is broken. And then I said Huairan, which meant broken person. And I asked if that was like a word that they would use to talk about like disabilities, or if that meant something else. Like, could you put it in front of a person? And she said that the word Huairan literally means broken person. It means like it's a very, very intense word, similar to saying like a criminal or a rapist or a sociopath or a pedo. There's a lot of weight behind it. And if you shout out this word, it's a cry for help, and you're saying someone evil is attacking me, and everyone knows what this word means. And I was in the bus, and I was on the bus with some of my friends, and they were like, "Oh, how was your class?" And I said, "Oh, it was so great. You know, today I learned a new word. It's something you can call people if they're really bad. They're called Huairan." And because it was on the buses are very loud, and I was sitting down and my friends were standing up, and the two men on either side of me were like, because I was shouting out this word. They were instantly trying to like edge away from me. Because of course the assumption was like no one wants to be mistaken for that particular word. So words like, for example, decimate, or for example, a word like faggot, for example, which used to mean a bunch of sticks that you would burn. These kinds of words changed in their meanings over time. Decimate used to mean to destroy until only 1/10 is left. Now it's more generally accepted. It just means the word destroy. It doesn't mean anymore the 1/10%, although some people do still use it within that context. And yeah, cigarettes used to be referred to as fags. Absolutely, Ben. Now, that term has now been changed and has become extremely problematic to use because the meaning has shifted over time. But although the meaning shifts over time, generally you will learn those new meanings, and those new meanings will be subjectively that new meaning, right? So if I walk around and I say the word, that F word, and I call people that today, people could get angry at me, and I could just turn around and be like, no, actually, I mean a bundle of sticks. And that's just being disingenuous because everyone understands what it means. So even though we can say, like, postmodern critical theory would suggest that meaning can shift, everyone knows that effectively, while meaning can shift, it does not shift. And anyone who says that it's shifting is playing mind games with you. And you should probably smack them around. Just remove the timer, keep the difficulty. Yeah, that sounds about right, Jonathan. Or at least make the timer so long as to be, you know, I could take a 29-page paper to talk about it, but no one would read it. Shay's laughing, crying. It was a rhetorical question, dude. You respect Pyro. Are you fine? I'm so curious why they like it. Well, Shay, keep asking around. When I asked why, I hear how much more developed the story is when this is the least developed story in a long time. To me, yeah. I wonder what they actually mean. Is this story simple enough they understand the grand arc behind it? Or maybe the way that it's being shared, Shay, like the cutscenes, the fact their characters are in the cutscenes, the fact that even if the fundamental foundations of it are shit, how it's being effective in how the story's been told. Part of the problem that I've faced with WoW so far is the effectiveness of the storytelling in terms of like that one moment where Sylvanas killed the king's son, and I couldn't even see because my camera was pulled out and there was just a mob of people. And it wasn't effective at all. It was a waste. It was a waste of a good moment, right? Yeah. When people see others coming into their space and not liking things, wanting things to change, a loud minority would try to push them out. Yeah, yeah. It depends also why those people are coming in, Epic. Would WoW players start another round of gatekeeping to protect what they see as the return of WoW? Oh. It depends, once again, why changes are. I think a lot of people today are very wary of changes to canon or what they thought was canon or other things like that because it's not so simple, Epic, to just say that all changes were made for the good of the franchise. There is a definite rhetoric going on wherein the changes are less than, they're not coming from a good place. Now, I can't say that for WoW, obviously not. But I just think about Star Wars. I think the changes made in The Last Jedi came from a malicious ideological place. And nothing will convince me otherwise. I think people would rather language was a guessing game than truly devote themselves to it in this day and age. Yeah, I agree, Shay. I think there's a lot of hand-waving away of people not wanting to get educated. There's a lot of people who want to get away with bullshit as well, who want to say stupid shit online. And I'm thinking about some people who run in certain circles that I know who are more conservative, and they think that because they have freedom of speech, they can go around and behave like assholes. I don't appreciate that either, right? Like you know what you're saying and you know what you mean to be saying. Yeah. You never look into the mind of another person and know for sure they understood your words exactly as you meant them. So you play the game until you both think you won at sharing information. Once again, yes and no. Yes and no. If you are using your words in an adequate sense, you've been trained well and educated well to communicate. It is up to the other person to do their due diligence to apply their rigorous education, hopefully, and understand what you're trying to say. There's a level of genuine confusion, and there's a level of I'm being confused because I don't want to accept what you're saying. And this is where the rub is, because there's like language barriers, educational barriers, mental barriers, intelligence barriers, physical barriers that can allow people or cause people to not understand what's going on. But if I tell you the house is on fire and you stand there and you're like, what's fire? Is there a new meaning for the word fire? Right? Yeah, don't come at me, bro. It's fascinating how people suddenly understand what you're saying when there's an emergency. That's all I'm going to say. When their lives are in danger and there's an emergency and they need your help, it's fascinating how much they can suddenly understand you and are willing to communicate with you clearly. Generally, when people start not understanding people, and I'm putting heavy air quotes on that, it's either because there's a language barrier. Obviously, I'm speaking as an ESL teacher, right? I've had now 11 to 12 years of practice teaching English as a second language. I've been an educator. I'm a teacher. I know exactly what ignorance looks like. And I know exactly when people are not able to understand or when they're pretending to not understand. And there were some kids, for example, who learned better if you drew more pictures. There were some kids who learned better if they read it. There were some kids who learned better if you sat with them and asked them questions and talked things through with them. But the whole point of an education is that you end up well-rounded enough that you can get by with doing almost all of those things on your own. And you will always prefer one thing over the other. But generally speaking, a good education will give you the ability to handle everything. They didn't depend on the player to point the cameras at others who are talking, where you don't see it happening. It's freedom of speech. Yeah, I hate stuff where you can't see it because you're in the middle of fighting and you can't see it. I hate that bullshit. I hate it when things are off screen and they come in and they tell you. Exposition has its time and place. Stop it. Stop doing that though. If it's meant to be important, show it to us. In the case of WoW, if they're literally doing that because they're wanting to sell you a book, fuck off. Like, stop it. Get out of here. Freedom to offend. People just want to be smug little shits about that kind of thing, intentionally committing the word concept fallacy, maybe unintentionally, who knows. The amount of children, and trust me, Vic, when I say this, like, for example, my mother would be like, I don't want you to go downstairs and watch TV. Okay? And I would be the little, this was me. I'd be like, okay, so let's move the TV up to the living room and we'll watch it in the second living room. That's the kind of thing that I would do. It's one of the reasons why, like, I survived university without telling lies, but without telling the truth either. You just pick your words very carefully. Like triple negatives. Hello, Wooly. You can't offend without meaning to? Yeah. Gatekeeping is good, true, and beautiful. Hey, Ben. Hey, Mirokos. Wooly is saying hello to folks. Freedom of speech is a funny term to me now. No one is free of no one should be free of consequences. Absolutely not. The whole point of the universe is that there are consequences. I think if you have been a teacher, then you know what I'm talking about. If you have not been in a mentoring position, if you have not taught a kid, if you have not been a close older sibling and raised any children in any kind of meaningful way, you probably don't understand how language is. Yes, it is definitely more fluid than other things, but there is a line. There is a line, and you know how to you learn how to communicate it. Mirokos understands. Yeah. Miro is a fellow burned out educator. It is over. Sensa is safe. Together we achieve the impossible. You beat his Tia butt. I failed to convince Hraha Tia. Hraha Tia. This is the dark side of Graha Tia. It's Hraha Tia. Every step I take blood is spilled. With my power, I know only destruction. Oh, that's not true. Amongst power can also be used to save, like you saved us. We have a favor to ask of you. If you're still intent on rebuilding the Fist of Ralgor, we would lend you our aid. We'll bring whoever's left of our sect. Together we can restore the order to the way it used to be, with disciples of light and shadow side by side. We can think about what power means to us. Thinking about it alone. Yet never get alone. With Rahatia gone, Nico is the only soul left who has opened all 14 chakra. And a soul of gentleness he is. Yes, look at me. I'm such a gentle soul. He did not seek power for its own sake, yet he reached the zenith of our art. In so doing, shattered our old preconceptions and shown us another path. That's me, path leader. In opening his final chakra, he has given us hope that there is a way to open all chakra without bloodshed. We will create a new path and lay a new foundation for our order. I'm a shining example, chat. I'm a star. I'm a comet. We look up to it. We strive to reach its heights. Come what may, we'll forge onward towards your light. Ever use your powers for good and for the realm. Sure. Do you know what's amazing? I am a monk that wears glasses. That's the truth. That's the true power. When you get 14 chakras opened up, you can wear glasses and be a monk. Mwahatia. There is and is never freedom of speech. The only question is who decides for whom what is acceptable or not. Well, that, and also, like I said, there's freedom from consequences. Let's say there's no freedom from consequences. Let's say we live in a perfect society where you can say whatever the fuck you want. Someone will take umbrage and punch your mouth. Someone will take umbrage and put poison in your soup. Someone will take umbrage and, like, fuck you over. Divorce will probably happen. You know. You'll get shut out from certain quarters if you piss people off. Because even if people are allowed to just say whatever they want, and I think as a group of there's a bunch of us in here who are all, you know, on the spectrum or are socially awkward or sociopathic or narcissistic enough to not care about what other people think, and we just say whatever we want. Well, let's just say we're all online talking with people on Discord 24/7 for a reason, except for maybe Ben. Ben's very normal, more normal than most people, right, Ben? Okay, Ben, I've held us up enough. We will go. New fans suddenly realize GW has pandered to the left for 20 years. Yeah, it's been going on for some time, I would imagine. Always be mad. But remember what I said during stream last time, right? It's been going on a long time. Like this stuff that I've been talking about in universities has been around since the early 1900s. On the internet, not in real life. That's true, Leo. That's true. Like, you, even in Canada, if you go to normal places, like with people who are not as plugged in, it's like everyone would be like, yeah, of course. I prefer if people say how they felt so I know which ones to avoid. I kind of agree with that one, Epic. I don't mind people being blunt. Wooly is on a whole other level today. How was work, Wooly? Okay, so I won't go any further. I will switch. I hope work went well, Wooly. Nah, it's too low level. Shit, where's my summoner? Little footfalls. still at work. It's a very slow day. Yeah, I actually think some of it is at the fault of educators. People are not being taught how to be like properly communicating shit. So it's just a shitty situation where people literally don't know how to talk about what they want. It's driving me insane. It's like, what is even going on here? I'm gonna pick up the sightseeing log. I'm just going to pick up the sightseeing log. So let's review what I know for sure, okay? So I'm pretty sure Queen Sphene is sus. She's a kind person. She seems to want to do right by her people. But the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Oh my lord, it's Emmeline Ironheart. Oh, the Ironheart clan. Hey, lady. Yes, it's a sightseeing log. Oh. Millith. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a good long time. And dearest Elsabe. My exploration of Yasulani brings me great joy to know she's well. Pardon me for asking. Oh, she's aged. I think we're wearing the same pants. Wow. This poor lady. Okay. So, number one, I'm a bit sussy about the queen. Number two, I think the whole fact she didn't know what was her favorite food and stuff, it makes me wonder, like, is she like a soul inside of a robot body? Like if we're going into souls inside of a android bodies, like Ghost in the Shell. So if we're going Ghost in the Shell, that's cool. I think that's kind of cool. If we're going Neuromancer, William Gibson, with AI, that's also cool. I don't mind that. So she's definitely sussy. And then there's the weird kid. Is the kid here? No. Oh, that's right. The kid ran away. The kid ran away. Okay, so there's this kid, and he's just found out that we're going to kill his dad. Which is awkward because the kid probably thought we were going to be fun friends, and now it turns out that we're just going to wipe him out. So there's that. Is the real job bad? Yeah, he just might be just your basic black and white vanilla villain, which I'm fine with. That would leave Queen Sphene to be more, have more complexity. Sphene is too kind for my liking. Yeah. NPC dialogue in Solution 9 have been some of my favorite, partially because a third of them are complaining about the corporal life. Zerolja, I mean, yeah, so far for me, Zerolja has been very one-dimensional, but that's okay. I don't need all of my villains to have sob stories. They could just be evil. I'm fine with that. In fact, personally, I prefer having a mixture. So if you have, let's say you have 3 bad people, it's really good idea to have one that's more complex, or 2 that's more complex, and leave 1 just straight up evil. Like, don't try to over egg the pudding, but we'll see. They could still pull something out and completely surprise us. If Golulja is outside the tower, we need to find him as quickly as possible. Even if he's getting used to getting around on his own, the wilds are still no place for a child. Agreed. While Coral and Raha continue reviewing the data, the 3 of us should devote ourselves to the search. Oh yes, the data from the earring. One or 2 hours at a time. Sometimes watching you replay these cutscenes feels like new. Yeah, well, I'm glad that you're able to kind of like have that new feeling. I hope your job is going well, Epic, by the way. Are you still okay with the career choice you made? So I think you were saying like you got your electrical thing. We'll just pray that some feral fucks come around for Wooly so his day can be very exciting. Our day was exciting. So I woke up and late and discovered that we had no running water because the city has seen fit to finally start working on the plumbing and sewage areas in where I live, which is kind of set into a hill and it's just really shitty. Anyhow, you'd think that being in a first world nation, things would be really good, but no. And then, so no running water. And then we were told if/when the running water came back, we can't use our shower because our shower is being fixed. So the long and short of it is, as people might know, our building is sliding off of its setting on the side of a hill. And so one portion of the wing of the apartment building is sagging, essentially. And we're in that bit, and we're on the bottom floor. So you can literally see cracks in the walls where stress on the building as the foundation has begun to sink in one corner. You can see the stressors as the pipes inside and the brick and the paint and everything. There's like literal cracks starting to show halfway through the apartment. So you could imagine, given enough time and gravity, it will just tear away eventually one day. Okay, Wuklamat. Well, here we are outside, but where do we even begin? Perhaps someone has caught sight of Golulja. Let's make inquiries nearby. Good idea. Could you handle the outskirts, Alisay? In the meantime, Nico and I will head beyond that big wall. Wow. Join the bald one in not showering? Absolutely. It's second nature. So I'm looking for a new company. Oh no, Epic. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your search will be okay. Oh boy. that sucks. It sounds almost like Epic is like trapped. You live in a first world nation living in a third world Soviet building? Oh my lord, Leo. You are not far off from the truth. So yeah, things are going to get a little interesting soon. Okay. Let's search for this mother ducker. This special child who doesn't speak. Low-key autist. So there are some people in the distance, and we're gonna go talk with them. Let's see what's up here. I can tell you've a good eye. I'm not talking about your ocular capabilities. You seem to be well suited to finding lost valuables. If you have a mind to become a reforger, I'm certain you'd go far. As a possessor of a good eye myself, I'd bet on it. Okay. Reforgers. Looks like some sort of salvage yard. Well, let's ask after Galulja. So remember, we're looking for a small little kid who doesn't talk. Galulja is in here. You know the boy? Have you seen him? Oh, forgive me. I didn't know you were... No offense taken. My name is Tapu. My eyes may be useless, but my ears are sharper for it. Oh, I could only imagine. I can recognize people by their footfalls, including Galulja. So he didn't come this way. Where in the world could he be? I do not know your voices. Who are you to Galulja, and why do you search for him? I'm family, though we're not related by blood. His father is my brother. I've only just met Galulja, and we haven't had the chance to talk properly. I'm about to do something that will make him hate me, and I wanted the chance to explain. Hey kid, I'm gonna kill your dad. His father is your brother. Then that means you're... yes, I'm Wiklamat, vow of resolve of Tulialal. And I've journeyed here to bring my brother Zaralja to account for murdering our people and our father. When all is said and done, Galulja may want nothing to do with me. Nonetheless, I'll always consider him family. Always be there for him, and I want him to know that. Tears you apart to do what you must. The quiver in your voice tells the tale. Galulja was headed south. There he has a place that is as close to a home as he knows. Find and bear your heart to him. Should he in turn bear his heart to you, accept and respect his wishes, as Queen Sphene respected ours when she granted us a place in her realm. I'm so sussy. I will, don't worry. But what do you mean when you say Sphene respected your wishes? Out of concern for our well-being, Her Majesty had urged us to reside inside Everkeep. When we declined, not only did she gracefully accept our decision, she granted us the necessary supplies to make our home here. And since then, she has paid us regular visits to see how we fare. That sounds like Sphene, all right. How can you say that? We just met her. Well, thanks for telling me about Galulja. I'll find him, and then we'll have a good talk. We continue south, it seems. Let's keep our eyes peeled as we make our way. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you're going to kill someone's parent, more or less, what's the point in trying to talk to them, honestly? And I'm not being facetious here. I mean, like, who cares, honestly? And why should they care what you have to say? Like, it feels a bit entitled to think, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. Maybe the kid will be like, yay, someone's gonna kill my dad. I hate him so much. Or he's gonna come out and say, actually, my dad is misunderstood. Oh, this is something else. I love this. This is fantastic. What's that dome over there? This gives me like, this reminds me of what we saw in the first. Like, it looks more medieval, but I guess it would be like Western stuff. That's so fascinating. Are they trying to portray Wook as an entitled dummy? Good question. Good question. I think they're trying to make her seem heartfelt and caring, but you're going to kill his dad, right? So, like, you can't... It's a town. Yeah. It is. Half of it's submerged. Architecture looks nothing like what we've seen for. It's more Charlan. Oh, I wonder if this came from the reflection. There he is, among the ruins. I only caught a glimpse, but there's no mistaking that tiny silhouette. Let's hurry after him. It'd be a disaster if a building collapsed while he's inside. He's been living here for an age. If a building collapses on him now, of all times, then it was willed. The Lord willed it. I only saw him for a moment before he disappeared behind a building, but I'm pretty sure Golja was headed further south. I'll contact Alice on Link Pearl and let her know to join us. I just wonder if this came from Alexandria. I wonder if this is Alexandrian. Wonder if this is Alexandrian. This is so fascinating. This could be Alexandrian. Also kind of reminds me of Wurlit. Is it giving anyone else Wurlit vibes? I feel like it's like giving me Wurlit vibes. But yeah, definitely like Alexandria. Man, this is massive. I get over? Yes. I love this. It does look like the ornamentation looks more Victorian or like an upscale Western, but I don't know. The bell is missing from the bell tower. But Ghost in the Shell has some Neuromancer and Philip Dick in it since they took a lot from Blade Runner. Yeah, Neuromancer is my favorite. Um, I'm applying for quick employment. I'm not in a bad position. I planned ahead. Okay. Okay, Epic. Well, good luck with that. I mean, if this was Game of Thrones, that kid would have every reason to run from you. Yeah, absolutely. Like, why would we be chasing him down and trying to explain to him, oh, by the way, we're going to kill your dad, but, like, I hope you're okay with it, and I hope that you can still come to understand. What the? Like, even if your dad's an absolute dick, I don't know. Taken directly from FF9. Yes, what my favorite movie is. He loves me more than my dad. Roulette in Ishgard. Never played FF9, so if this is from a city in that place, which one are the fans saying? Bells missing from that bell tower. It's probably a reference. This is the area, but the canals and debris make it hard to get a good view. Let's split up and search. If you could head into the canals, I'll make my way through the streets. When we find Galulja, let's watch from a distance until he gets to his destination. Oh, this is going to be following. Going to be following. Okay, let's go. Maybe we'll go to the dome with electricity. It turns out that actually he's not running away because he's sad. He's running away because he's leading us to our death. Neuromancer was written by William Gibson, Leo. Philip K. Dick wrote The Man in the White Tower. The book inspired by I Ching. Neuromancer is William Gibson. Very similar in style to Neil Stephenson. And those writers tend to be extremely close to pulp fiction. Neuromancer took me about 10 to 12 years to understand. Neuromancer threw me for a loop. Took me forever to figure it out. Like I suffered something. I don't know what it was. You can almost imagine it to be like dyslexia, but could be more like dysgraphia, where you're unable to read anything, like the words blur on the page because you can't understand what's being said. Like you can't visualize it, so then the words start blurring. That's kind of something that I experienced reading Neuromancer. But it's an achieved anxiety, and it took me, I think, about 10 years. I think I read it for the first time at uni when I was 18. And I don't think I understood it until I was like 27, 28. So almost 10 years. I finally figured it out. And I didn't Google it. Running phase. Wow. I know, I'm comparing the two. The foggy feeling happens to me with philosophy, so I stopped trying. Oh, okay. Okay, Leo, sorry.
He's come a long way on such short legs. It's a relief he didn't get hurt.
Oh my lord. He's been living out here for a long time. Respect his trauma.
What's here, I wonder?
He's confident. Respect his independent living.
So he's looking after those little ones.
Oh my lord, it's the squirrels from the trailer.
Gululja.
Not another step!
What? A sentry? Run, Gululja, run!
Galucha's like, but he's my friend. It's the Iron Giant.
You're the boy. Who are you? And what do you want?
My name is Wuklamat, and I've come to talk to Gululja.
Is that so?
Yeah, he don't need no
Sorry
woman
if I
neither.
scared you. I want to get to know you better. That's all.
Do you know how creepy Wuklamat? Does she know how creepy she sounds?
You, my boy. Do you wish to speak with them?
So cool. Is this one of my new favorites? I think
I
Party.
heard them talking. She said she's going to kill my father.
Yeah.
Villains! I will deal with them forthwith!
But I want to get to know her too.
Why?
I see. If that is your desire, then I shall stand aside.
I think it's Thancred's voice
All right then.
actor.
Let's talk, you and I. Lots. But, who's the ancient-looking and articulate machine?
If I look ancient, it is because I am. This has been my vessel for no less than 380 years.
Vessel?
Otis is my friend. When I was hungry and sad, he came and looked after me. He cooks for me and teaches me all kinds of things.
I mean, this kid
Like
may not care
how to
about his
read
dad.
and write and not be noticed by dangerous creatures.
Yeah, because the real Ja is a piece of work.
This
So
machine cooks for you. And teaches you about fiends. What is he exactly?
Ah! How remiss of me. I had neglected to introduce myself. Sir Otis Valona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. At your service.
oh, cool.
You're captain of the knights?
That's awesome. I bet like he's like a soul implanted in there. Yeah, do you got a soul? Question mark? Is this like Ghost in the Shell? Do you have your brain in there somewhere?
And there I thought it was Gululja with whom you wished to speak. Not that I'm averse to taking a walk down memory lane.
I feel like this voice
But ere
sounds
I
so
regale you,
familiar.
we must take our repast.
A
Yeah.
meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
Please, I'm really hungry.
Yeah.
All right. A riposte it is.
Okay.
She's going to spoil her nephew silly. I'll send word to Erenville so the others can stop worrying.
Now, if I might prevail upon your assistance, I shall whip up my most delectable specialty.
Okay. Otis cooks the best food. Oh, if Otis has been a fur around as long as he claims, perhaps he knows things that not even Oblivion is aware of. Yeah, I'm interested in Otis. So, my new friends, I would enlist your aid and procure. Of course, we need ingredients. After all, the most enjoyable meals are those we make together. We're happy to pitch in, of course. What ingredients do you have in mind? First of all, some yam and pumpkin. The people of the outskirts should be willing to share their harvest. Oops. Sure, I'll ask for the cast-offs too, as usual. As for Nico and Alice, I would be obliged if you could procure some woolback meat. The creatures can be found grazing on the slopes outside of town. As beef is less readily available, their flesh makes for a good substitute. That of the younger ones especially, as it is more tender and less gamey. Consider it done. We'll be back with meat before you know it. Thank you kindly. In the meantime, I shall see to other preparations. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. I'm not necessarily biased toward or away from family scenes. So far, I'm unmoved by this whole notion. I don't think it is bad, but I don't find it particularly... I'm more interested in the robot than the kid. But that's just me. Like, I'm more interested in what the robot might know versus the kid. Like, yeah, sure, the kid's story is sad and whatever. Yada yada. Abandoned by dad. Sob story. Doesn't talk to people. Living on their own. Yeah. Actually, my mother is not super into the government or the state. Especially because we had run-ins with childcare due to malicious neighbor interference. So we were never we never felt safe with our government. However, my mom one time did have to call child services because a woman across the street went on a trip with her boyfriend, and I don't know what happened, but her 6-year-old son ended up living on the front lawn, on the front porch for a day and a half. My mom kept an eye, and when she realized that there was legitimately like no parent involved, like there was no one, and he was like, anyway, it was a very sad situation. She ended up having to call in a social worker, and she hates doing stuff like that because usually she doesn't really trust the mother state of Canada, let's just say that. But in this case, it had to happen. It turned out the mom had gone off on some trip with her sketchy boyfriend and just abandoned her kid. And I don't know what she was thinking. Maybe there was like a communication misunderstanding with the father of the child. But the child was locked out of his home and couldn't even enter the house. So he was forced to live on a lawn until his mom returned. But my mom and 2 other neighbors intervened because they were like, this is not appropriate. So the story of this kid to me is very real. I don't find it heartwarming at all. I've seen what neglect of children looks like. One summer I got lice 3 times because I worked with white trash children, like the children from trashy, uneducated people who got checks from the government and would spend it on alcohol and weed instead of buying better clothing for their children and food and lice medication. And so I ended up getting lice 3 times while working at various local volunteer positions when I was in my late teens, early 20s. There was one summer where it was really bad. Yes, we already have the meat. Fatty cut of woolback meat. But don't worry, we use the whole buffalo. Good heavens, you have, and such a choice cut it is besides. 'Tis plain you know how to handle yourself in battle. Were it 400 years ago, I would have recruited you to the Royal Knights. Ha 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 ha! Yes. Oh, that was extreme. Okay, 99. Otis is pleased with the meat you have brought him. Oh, that's good. Once Alice brings her portion, we shall have a glorious bounty to satisfy growing younglings like yourselves. Indeed, I expect there will be ample leftovers to share with the good folk of the Driftdowns. They always appreciate a warm meal. Now, seeing as you have completed your task so quickly, I have another request to make of you. We've exhausted our supply of kindling electrope. I should be grateful if you could search the houses yonder for more. In the Old Kingdom, electrope rations were issued to each citizen, while small fragments may still be found here and there. Wow, this is like Garlemald. If you can obtain 5 pieces, say at least 1 each ought to be what we require. That is the kind that converts lightning to fire. Galuljot can identify them by their circuitry, so pray take them to him. Boy has become quite deft at discerning electrope types. Off you go, happy foraging. I feel like this quest is unnatural, unnecessary, because we could just make fire ourselves. But never mind. We'll go and do this. Otis is pleased with Nico's meat. Oh, wrong person. You can tell. When Party gets to this part of the story, you can tell Party that he's pleased with Koa's meat, and Party will be very, very happy. Party has a thing for robot people. I could see him as Aladdin in another 10 years. Wow. It's brutality. Okay. I'm gonna pull my chocobo out. Holy Hannah. Why is everything angry? I know. It's insane. I love the sound of rain, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, one last red spot to go to. So what's everyone doing tonight? Obviously, Ben is gaming with me. Oh. It attacks you once it glitches? Yeah. Something the matter with this technology. Can we go through here? No, maybe not. No, stuck. Stuck in building. I love the effect of the rain on the cobblestones. It looks so aesthetic. Not sure if I would try to build a fire here, but hey, far be it from me. We don't have the official fire starter here. Alice says, I dared to think I had won this time, but turns out you were already off doing another task. Not today, Alice. Otis says you have electrope for me. Here is some processed electrope. This one creates wind. This one is for water. You can tell just like that. I'm impressed. Clever, isn't he? I bet he gets it from his father. Oh, this is it. This converts to fire. It absorbed lots of lightning, so we should be able to kindle flame easily. Thank you, Nico. Thanks to your kind assistance, we have everything we need for our repast. You've done your part, and now I shall do mine. I bid you relax, my friend. The meal will soon be served. Meal scene incoming. This is the kind of thing families do, Galulja. We have meals together and talk about what's on our minds. Wow, womansplaining, are you? So you ate with your father? Yes, with them and my brothers. It was mostly the head of Resolve and I doing the talking, though. Quana and the head of Reason occasionally joined in, and Zorolja spoke when he was spoken to. Zorolja sounds like he needed a little spanking. You said that you have two papas. Does that mean one is yours and the other is my father's? No, he had two heads. No, both are our father. He's what people call blessed siblings. A Mumulja with two heads. Zorolja is his true-born child, while Koana and I were adopted and don't share the same blood. But that doesn't make us any less a family. What matters is that our hearts are connected. The head of Resolve taught me that. Family. Do you have someone like that too? A person you think is family, even though you don't share the same blood? That's a good question. What about you? I do, and they are very dear to me. I'm something of a lone wolf. Okay. Nico would probably be a lone wolf. So, in the fanfiction I was writing, my Warrior of Light has a problem with going off and doing his own thing. Oops, I accidentally clicked that. I meant to say, I was going to say, but there's Grahatia. Fail. I'm sorry, Graha. I was going to say, yes, I do. They're dear to me because I do actually care about Grahatia. I like Urianger and Thancred. Obviously, the twins are very lovely to have around. Ignores Y'shtola. Y'shtola is a fun person in the room. I don't really care about Cryo, I'm going to be frank. But yeah. Restart from error. You've been getting your ass kicked in Wukong? Aw. Yeah, take a break. Do something nice and simple. You must be strong. I don't think I could be alone like that for long. I'm a keeper, you see. She's like, you betrayed the fan club. Yeah, everything just got awkward because I said I'm a lone wolf. I just killed the mood. I should have been thinking about like Grahatia. So Galulja, I'm hoping that we could be family, you and I. Won't you tell me about yourself? All she needs is a white van. All she needs is a white van. You really want to know about me? I do. I want to know all about you. The things you love, the things you hate, anything and everything. Why? Okay, maybe I'm just... I don't know. Maybe it's because my family is so massive. My mom's side of the family, my dad's side of the family is so massive. They're cousins I've only met once in my life. And I never get my nieces and nephews any gifts. Like, once in a blue moon. But, like, I'm a terrible aunt. This is a side. I think there are people like Wu Clement. I'm not saying she's a bad character because she's more compassionate and she cares at the drop of a hat. It's just something I personally can't relate to at all. I don't get this at all. But anyway, it's almost because of the kind of person I am and my subjective view on things. If I was him, I would be extremely, extremely suspicious because I think people being nice to me can sometimes come off as buttering me up for something, and I don't. Anyway, want to know all about you too. This is intended to be heartwarming, but my head isn't in the right headspace for it. That reminds me, we were hoping to hear your story too, Otis. Oh, okay. Now, okay, let's see. As you wish, be forewarned that mine is a tale that will be long in recounting. Oh, that's fine. It was before lightning had altered the world that I was appointed Lord Captain of the Royal Knights. We were talking hundreds of years prior to the calamity, right? Indeed, earlier still than when I assumed this mechanical form. 450 years ago, to be precise. Then you used to be a normal person. Oh yes, I was once flesh and blood like you, and I proudly served as a Knight of Alexandria. So, rather than a machine that behaves like a person, you are an actual person. How is this possible? It's only natural that you are confused. Hear my tale to the end, and all shall become clear. I'm stuck on a boss for at least 5 hours. Oh my lord, Ben, I'd be molding. In my family, we don't celebrate birthdays. Yeah, well, I was a teacher, but that's, once again, that's totally different, right? It's not the same as emotionally supporting somebody. Right? Like I've taught kids for like 5 years, and I was teaching older, like young adults for 6 years. But teaching, once again, for me, teaching is very, very different from being emotionally connected. I have zero. I understand that there are people who emotionally connect at the drop of the hat. I do not. I view most overtures like this to be suspicious, especially when they're like right after you find out that somebody's trying to kill somebody in your family. But once again, this child might be emotionally stunted, so maybe it doesn't matter because Zoraljah doesn't matter to them. The foremost duty of the Royal Knights was the protection of the royal family. In my time, that was their Majesties the King and Queen and their only child, Her Highness the Princess. Cryo? But then every nation of our star was embroiled in some manner of conflict over Electrope. Thus was our kingdom drawn into a war with its neighbor. That war was a catalyst for the great calamity that altered the environment. Countless countrymen lost their lives amidst the chaos, king and queen among them. For a blessing, we were able to protect the princess, who then rose to occasion and brought hope— nope, not Crow— and brought hope to her people in those trying times. So kind-hearted was our young queen that, at her behest, we even took in refugees from the enemy nation. But sadly, her reign was cut short. Like many others, her body had been ravaged by lightning, and one day she collapsed and passed away. How tragic. Aye, ne'er was there a citizen whose eyes remained dry, and many a moon was spent constructing a great tomb worthy of her memory. Yet I clung to hope still, for while Her Majesty was on her deathbed, the kingdom's finest scientists had successfully extracted her soul. Oh, here we go. Alright. Okay. This is Portal 2. This is GLaDOS, the creation of GLaDOS. Probably the soul of Sphene. Did we hear that right? Extracted her soul? Yep. Yep. They put it into... Yeah. Here we go. Our flesh may wither and die, but as long as we are remembered, we may live on. Well, that's one way of thinking about it. This age-old belief had always comforted our people, but as casualties mounted in the wake of the calamity, we sought to make it into reality through the power of Electrobe. In time, we succeeded in developing the means to preserve the soul, and it was used to spare the Queen eternal death. Okay. Yet it wasn't enough to simply prevent the soul's departure, for the ultimate goal was to create a person as they were in life. Thus required that their memories be further extracted from their soul. Oh, okay. So, Queen Sphene could actually be soulless, but have all the memories of the princess. It took many more years of research to make this possible, at which time I had become a grey old man. With my days numbered, I did not hesitate to volunteer myself as a test subject for the procedure. So it was that I attained this vessel. And by my successful rebirth, I paved the way for those who are recreated from the memories of the departed. The Endless, they are called. Fantastic. If your tale is true, then the queen that your people brought back to life. It's Queen Sphene. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-dee-dee. Da-dee-da-dee-da. That's why she can't remember what food is like. She's like, food? Okay, chap. I'm going to be a bit nitpicky. So let's say I'm a living, breathing human being. I mean, I am a living, breathing human being, but let's say tomorrow I'm on my deathbed. They extract my soul and my memories. And you put me into a ghost in the body shell. A big W. Big W. I'm going to be like Major. The Major from Ghost in the Shell. And then you say to me, Chieko, what's your favorite food? Do you know what I'm going to tell you? I'm going to tell you chicken Alfredo pasta. I'm going to tell you Joe Louis. I'm going to tell you steak and sweet potato burritos. I'm going to tell you tangsu liji and gali mianbao. I'm going to tell you ramen. I'm going to tell you all of these things because even though I can't eat anymore, I still have a favorite fucking food. So why is she like, I don't know what food I like. You could just name a food that you used to eat when you used to be a human. Like, I think what they were trying to do is lay in this foreshadowing that she's not normal. But if she has memories of her past, which, I mean, it's questionable. Maybe her memories have been erased. But if she has had memories of the past, she should be able to be like, oh yeah, I really like the soup. Done. So it's a bit... there we go. Me being nitpicky. Okay. Oh ho, so you know Her Majesty as well. My description of her boundless kindness must have paled in comparison to what you no doubt felt in her presence. I felt sussy, but now I'm really... I haven't met her myself, I confess. Not since assuming my current form. Wouldn't want to frighten the living daylights out of her. Yeah. See, look at Alice. Alice's not having it. My Warrior of Light looks gorgeous, though. He may not be having it, but my Warrior of Light is looking drop-dead sexy. This isn't out of cowardice, mind you, but rather concern. Yes, concern that I would cause Her Majesty undue distress. That seems a little odd. Maybe he used to be in love with her. Maybe he used to be in love with her. But as a robot not having the sense of taste and smell, they wouldn't be able to actually remember food without those senses. So, for example, let's say you go blind, Leo, and you stop being able to see. Let's say you stop being able to see when you were 8. Now you're 58. So you haven't seen anything for 50 years. And someone says, hey, what's your favorite animal that you played with when you were a kid? And you would be like, oh, I really like the golden retriever that we had. I remember how her gold color or whatever. You cannot remember it, right? Like it can, the memory itself can fade. But that doesn't mean that you don't remember remembering it. There are some things I no longer remember, but I remember remembering it. And so if you said to me, hey, can you share some traumatic things that happened to you in your past? I can absolutely share them. But those memories don't exist to a certain degree due to repression or other things. But they are real. And I still remember remembering them. It's just very ham-fisted. Even if you haven't had food in ages, you would still remember at least one food that you would have missed. I'm pressing X to doubt. It just feels a little bit weird. I just think, like, even if you lose your sight or your sound or any other sense, I don't think you would stop remembering your enjoyment of that sense. Or stop remembering certain tiny details. In fact, I would argue you would remember more of it because you would hold on to it more. But anyway, the Endless. So all this time Sphene wasn't alive? Yeah, we should have guessed earlier. She lives, yet she does not. 'Tis admittedly a difficult distinction to make. Having inherited the memories. See, this is the memories. If they've extracted the memory, maybe when they were extracting the memories, they were like, she doesn't need to remember what food she likes. Never mind those memories. Having inherited the memories of a departed soul, an Endless feels, thinks, and acts precisely as that person would, unless you're Queen Sphene, in which case you would forget conveniently what food you like. In that sense, I believe they are alive. So essentially, they're almost like high forms of AI. The Alexandrians know about this, right? Can't have gone unnoticed that Sphene is perpetually youthful. No one really knows about the Endless. People who wear regulators don't even think about death. I bet they don't. Everyone sees that the Queen doesn't change, but they just accept it. To them, it's just who she is. Wow. Got a whole bunch of sheeple. Are there Endless apart from yourselves? Or the people that ever keep Endless too? These are both very good questions. Okay, let's just do the first one. Yeah, but remember, Leo, this isn't an aging individual. This isn't an aging individual. The reason why we forget isn't because the memories stop existing. It's because the neurons are no longer connected. Forgetfulness is due to material breakdown or old pathways being rewritten. This is not a case of old pathways being rewritten. It's kept in her brain case. In fairly pristine condition, I should imagine. It takes 2 years to forget a language that you don't use? Oh, I believe that, Leo. I do believe that. Oh, yeah. You remember knowing the language. That's my point. I'm not saying like she should be like, oh yes, I remember the yummy taste of my favorite fish dumplings. You know, no, but she could just be like, yeah, I liked fish dumplings back when we had them. It just comes off as really obvious, very obvious foreshadowing. I wonder if there were anybody who did not notice. While there should be as many endless as those who have died, I believe they're limited in where they can exist. Queen Sphene is unique in her ability to appear before you. Strictly speaking, I myself am not an endless. They are created using memories extracted from a soul. But my entire soul was placed inside a machine. Otis is different. Being inside a machine makes you different how? Yeah, look at Otis remembering details of his life. Doing much better than Sphene, apparently. Being inside a machine makes you different how? While I do not understand the finer points, my life is bound to this vessel. If it breaks down, then it would be over for me, much like a being of flesh and blood. Hardly an endless and unchanging life, I'm sure you'll agree. An endless, unchanging life. I can't help but be reminded of the Ea. Oh, the Ea. Oh. Did Kakua and the others know all about this? Probably. Considering the extensive intelligence gathering, I'd be surprised if they didn't. And they didn't share it with us. For now, let's share what we've learned with Crown Raha. I can't help but have misgivings about this. Alice speaking her mind. It's good to see. Shows that some of the scions aren't just rolling over with it. But what if that food didn't exist back then and she can't answer? She can just answer anything. Tab. She already has admitted that she came from Alexandria. She could literally be like, oh, there was this one dish in Alexandria that involved woolback meat. It'd be like, oh, what's woolback meat? We don't know what that is.
Nahe, is that you?
Uh-oh.
Good gods, Ellen Nespia! It's been too long, my friend. Where have you been all these years? What have you been doing with yourself? Hold on. They say Queen Sphene has guests from outside the barrier. That's you, I gather?
It seems so. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where she is?
Your mother? Sorry, but what was she like again?
She gone to the cloud.
What? It's Kafkiwa. You know, the one who was too adventurous by half? Who journeyed with the Dawn Servant?
It's not ringing any bells.
You can't be serious. Ours was a tiny little village. Surely you remember her.
Cloud time.
I really don't. It's all a blank.
Is anyone else here from the village?
Hey!
She went up to the cloud.
Huh? Ellen Nespia?
Aaronville's
I'm looking
freaking
for
out.
Kafkiwa. Where is she?
What's this all of a sudden? Who's Kafkiwa?
Clouders. She's in the cloud. She passed away. She passed away.
This cannot be.
This poor guy.
The memories of the departed are taken away.
Oh. Oh my gosh, Aaronville's so smart. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy.
MSQ, where are you? The others will be here soon, so hurry back, won't you?
Oh man, that's brutal.
Say something, would you?
Oh my lord. That must be brutal. Oh shit. Poor guy. But we've known this. Come on now, chat. Was anyone surprised about that? I was not. As many endless as those who have died. So where are they? How have they been living up until now? They're in the cloud. I know this is hard to understand, but there used to be something called Stadia. And you could use it to do all sorts of things. So if you lived in the crowd, you would end up going to Google's graveyard. We'll have to ask Kakua what she knows. And if she's been hiding things from us, we need to know why. Well, we now know why. Otis looks pleased with himself insofar as his vessel can indicate. Although the mood became a tad bit subdued at the end, I thoroughly enjoyed our repast together. We did too, Otis. To hear about the Endless was something of a shock. We likewise enjoyed your company. Above all, I'm glad that you and I could talk, Galulja. We're going to get along great, I just know it. You think so? Ah, I'm happy for you, my boy. Now then, I presume you'll be returning to Everkeep. Permit me to accompany you at least part of the way. But if we keep our heads screwed on straight here, okay? We're talking about killing his dad. He runs out the room suddenly, presumably because he's upset. He turns out that he coincidentally ran out of the room at the same point in time, not because he was upset, but because there happened to be two squirrels. That's so contrived. That's stupid. About Sphene, it doesn't matter to me if she's an endless, where she's alive like you and me or not. I've seen enough to know that she has a good heart. What worries me is the burden she bears. We still don't know what it is. I expect there are things she can't tell us, not with Zeralja watching, but at the very least I'd like to know what the endless are to her. Sorry, I didn't mean to delay us. I just felt the urge to share my thoughts with you. Oh, on the way back, let's make a quick stop at the Drift Downs. I want to tell Tapu how it went. Dead mom talking to him? Yeah, could you imagine? That's brutal. So much good YouTube content came with Stadia? Yeah. Yeah, I just feel like there's a couple areas where I feel like things get a bit contrived. He runs out of the room because he just so happens to need to feed his squirrels. It's just random, very random. They didn't even have to do the running away scene. They could have just had us leave the room and talk to the barkeep, and the barkeep could have been like, oh, by the way, the kid ran out looking really worried. And then we'd be like, oh no, what went on? I don't know, sounded like he had something to do. And then we go searching. Have we chosen the wrong path? Oh no, you're good. We're good. Boom. Ah, you are returned. Were you able to find Galulja? We were, thanks to you. All's well with the boy. It turns out that was just a big misunderstanding. He just so happened at that very moment needed to feed his squirrels. So he wasn't actually concerned too much about the fact we're going to kill his dad. Seems like he doesn't care. It's all good now. We're all good. Thank you. How are you? I'm relieved to hear that. And to know that he has family who worries for him. Galulja, too, must be glad. This is weird. This is leaving, this whole little section is leaving me feeling a little ambivalent. I hope so. I'll try not to rush or force anything, though. It's for him to decide what I am to him. Whether I am his father's killer or... No, wait. What a pleasant surprise. It is to me, even these parts. This is... Oh! How convenient. Sphene, what are you doing here? Visiting my people. Are you doing the same perchance? No, actually, we're hanging out with Otis, who told us all about the Endless. I suppose we are, yes. This is like Mama, a visit from our communist overlord, Mama. The Mama state. Big Mama. Listen, there's something we'd like to talk to you about. Could we have a word in private? Far away from any crazy sentry, from any frenzied sentry, from any malfunctioning sentry, from any sentry that might be controlled by Zeralja. So you know about the Endless. Yeah. Well, we may not have discussed it openly. My people will have surely noticed that I haven't changed for hundreds of years. I have made no attempt to conceal my nature. If I may ask, though, who was it that told you about the Endless? Only few should be familiar with the concept. I'm afraid I can't say. I am unable to divulge journalistic integrity. I bear no ill will towards this mystery individual, lest that be your concern. I am merely curious. Oh, well, in that case, it's Otis. He is a knight. Tell me, Sphene, you care for your people that much is plain, and I assume you care for the Endless, too. Earlier in Everkeep, there was something you wanted to tell us. Was it to do with them? The Endless are as dear to me as my living citizens. They are as much my family. Not to mention, they probably have to do a lot of infrastructure to keep everything going. Because, like, how else are they holding the Endless? Like, if you're uploading everyone into a server, you got to keep that server going. You know what I mean? I've thought about it long and hard because I've always wanted to not have a human body. But then I thought about it and I was like, what if there was a nuclear disaster and I couldn't plug in my android body because we ran out of electricity? I'd be fucked. So, yeah. Thus far, we've managed to do so, but should more people die, I fear we would be pushed beyond a limit. Ha! See, here we go. They can only be sustained by meeting certain exacting requirements. Thus far we've managed to do so, but should more people die, I fear we would be pushed beyond limits, hence the expansionist. Their preservation demands vast amounts of energy. Preservation. Hence why the colonial imperialism. Energy, I don't understand the workings of it all. Wook, you need electricity to keep the servers on. Hello. But is there something we can do to help? Then... would you be willing to become Alexandrian citizen? What? I have my nation, my people to protect. I can't just become Alexandrian. Indeed, I suppose you cannot. What? That looked creepy. First you tell us to make peace, then you tell us to go home. What is it that you want? Same as you, of course, to protect my people. Tell us more about the energy the Endless need. This is probably why they're conquesting. It's probably why they're conquesting. So she loves her people. So she goes in to take whatever shit she needs from Tuliolal, and on the way she realizes, yeah, real people are going to get hurt because of what I want to do. That's some Ray Bradbury stuff. Thankfully, they're surrounded by an endless lightning storm. Now tell us more about the energy. Yeah, tell us more. That I cannot say. I do not ask that you understand or like me, but I wish... I wish we had been born on the same side of it. Hey, what do you mean by that? Wait, Sphene. She's gonna go to war, bruh. Bruh. Got a war on her hand. I'm gonna have to beat a robot's butt. Damn it. Well, I think we've kept everyone waiting long enough. Let's continue on to Everkeep. And let's not tell Otis about our conversation with Sphene. I don't want to risk causing him pain. Yeah. Not only are we going to have to tell the kid we're going to kill your dad, we're going to have to tell Otis we're going to kill his beloved queen. Hey, Otis. So you know that queen that you really like? Yeah, we're gonna have to kill her as well. Sorry. Hashtag not sorry. Is Miro doing a sad face? Sad cat face? Oh, wait a minute. Where are we in this map? Wait a minute. Did we bypass a whole aetheryte? Ah, oh, fuck me. Shit. Okay. Well, you know, we'll get there at some point. Hey, Galulja. Eating together was fun. I hope we can do it together again. A lot has happened, but the important thing is Galulja is safe and well. Kakiwa has been worried, so let's hurry back. Oh, I've gone ahead and apologized for us. Okay, Murokos, is that an unimpressed cat face? Is that an unimpressed cat face?
Why don't you come with us? You might get to see Sphene.
Ah, 'tis a magnanimous and much appreciated offer, but I must decline.
Hian's voice actor, maybe.
Long for an audience with Her Majesty, it is true. Yet,
I just feel like I've heard it before.
In my previous life, I failed to protect my queen. I couldn't bear to show my face before her. And such an uncomely one besides.
All right. If that's how you feel, we won't force you. But rest assured, we'll visit with Galulja, and we hope you'll cook for us again.
It would be my pleasure. You are welcome to bring other comrades should you so desire. The more the merrier.
Wow. I can't even read your cat emotes, Miro. It's terrible.
I've been looking all over for you.
Nostalgia, was it? What's the matter?
It's Zeralja. He marches to Vanguard.
Oh.
So he's done waiting. But why weren't we alerted sooner?
Our transmissions are being jammed. The lookouts couldn't get through to us.
Wayakwe is at Vanguard too, but I can't reach her. What are we to do?
1v1 him. LB3 Dynamis.
Stay calm. Kafkiwa has yet to be alerted, yes? Take her to the back room as fast as you can.
We'll go head him off in Vanguard.
Our
Hashtag
link was
trial
made to
time.
work. I'll try contacting those in Tuliolo.
Well, they better still be working, because presumably we were chatting with Y'shtola.
Otis, I need you to keep Guloja safe.
You needn't ask.
Yeah, no shit.
I want to go with you.
Uh-huh.
Absolutely not. A battle's no place for you.
But I'm a hobbit. I can fight the Witch King of Angmar.
Guloja, the people of the outskirts must be evacuated. For this crucial task, I require your assistance.
Smart, Otis. This is a smart one. Good move. Good move.
Remember, when battle is at hand, anything can happen. Caution is as valuable as any blade.
Wow. Based.
Yes, sir.
Smart guy. Look at Otis being a better dad than Zoralja. When you're one-upped. Well, technically he has a soul, so he's
I
not a
managed to get
complete
hold of
robot.
Elfino. He'll inform Kona.
Yeah, save Quana at all costs.
How's the situation in Tulichola?
Quana's probably gonna
There's
be
nothing to worry
fridged,
about,
though.
or so my brother assured me. With such short notice, though, I doubt they'll be fully prepared.
They'll be ready, I'm sure of it. The vow of reason is not to be underestimated.
Robo bro, yeah. Yeah, I Bahamut has asked. My first burst, and then after that, it's like, meh. Limp tick.
And
Poor summoner.
Zoralja. And we will finish this once and for all.
Seems like a soul, something Zoralja would chuck aside. Yeah, you know, Epic, it does seem like that. Need one of those Allegan barriers around Catboy Land. Yes, save the Catboys. If Zoralja touches one hair of my gorgeous cowboy ram ranch, cat ranch, I will lose my shit. Although, I'm going to be honest, my boy's a keeper. I'd like to believe he came from the north. Not from Cowboy Land. My boy does not come from Cowboy Land. This is the moment of truth. We have to hold Zoralja here, and I know exactly how to do that. Okay. Well, you know, growth. Character growth. Okay, having faith. We're gonna have faith. Several cutscenes. Trial? Trial time? The Protector and the Destroyer. Wicklamat has a request to make before setting... Okay. He just visits. Yeah. Yeah. If we were talking about my Catboy, sure. Before we get going, I have a request to make of you, okay? When we confront Zoralja, you must let me face him alone, just like you let my father face him alone. Maybe... Nah, they probably can't kill her off. Ah, fuck me. I'd be okay with her going down with a huge hole in her chest. What? No, that's too far too dangerous. Why put you at risk if we don't have to? We have two priorities. The first is to hold Zoralja within the dome and protect Tuliolol. The second is to free Wayakwe if she's been captured. To make sure we succeed, I need to play the worthy fool for Zoralja. That's fair, okay. If I come at him with help, he'll likely lose interest and proceed with his attack on the city. I'm screenshotting that. I'm going to think about this one for a little bit. I'm going to think about that. That's why it needs to be a duel. Even if Tuliolol is better prepared this time, it's true that it would be best to avoid another battle, and feeling that we might at least weaken Zoralja. Rest assured, I'm not going into this without a strategy. Our time in the Dome has given us invaluable insights into Alexandrian culture. The use of regulators, for one, the secret to Zeralja's strength. I'll pin him into a chokehold and rip the regulator off, and then we'll fight. Then you mean to... That's right. If I destroy his regulator, he'll be unable to draw upon souls. See how much he wants a duel after that. So, will you leave Zeralja to me? I wish there was a ... one. Yeah. Thank you, Nico. It's true that this is your fight, and how you choose to handle it is your decision. But if we see you struggling or Zeralja attempts to call upon his minions, we will go to your aid. Yeah, fair enough. Knowing you'll be there, I can give it my all. Together with Koana, I'll keep Tuliolal safe. Okay. Okay. Sigh. Oh, epic.
Zeralja!
Oh. Well, what do we know? Well, there we go. She has been captured. They do make him look...
Disappoint me, Uklamat. We are foes, yet you had my admiration for defeating Father and claiming the throne. But instead of coming for me, you gallivant with the resistance. Do I intimidate you?
Fuck you.
I am here, brother. I did not run, nor hide. I have come to kill you. Let her go. Your quarrel is with me.
And will you settle it one-on-one, or call upon all and sundry yet again? Not that it would make any difference.
Honestly, I would absolutely be like, no, yeah, absolutely not. But then I would have a whole backup thing where we come in and just kill him. All is fair in love and war.
Really? You believe you stand a chance? Have you forgotten
I'm not an honorable person.
I remember you couldn't win
not about shit like this. Like, if it really matters and there's like tons and tons of lives on the line, yeah. But this is clearly like a Japanese thing.
So be it. Do not regret your decision.
But the problem is they're couching it within a more Western framework, so it feels weird. Not that we didn't have this as well. At some point in time, we did. But the images.
No, you don't.
Keep running.
Had you let her die, you could have dealt me a telling blow. Your compassion will be the end of you.
I'm not letting anyone else die.
That's a Latino way of thinking as well.
You will never surpass Papa.
What? One-on-one?
But I have. With
honor.
These very hands, I slew him.
Maybe they're digging into Latino culture.
His body may be gone.
I think it's just a bit confusing.
In us.
Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
The Yokui's delusion is catching, I see.
Oh.
It's no delusion. Papa's love for Tuliolal gives me strength even now. Ah!
Oh, the shonen cringe is real.
Come. Let's get this over with. For my people and Sphene's.
Are we going to do a solo duty? Oh, Lord.
How gullible you are! All of this is Sphene's doing. Her
What?
objective is to harvest all life outside the barrier. Our interests happen to align.
Oh,
Hence,
oh
alliance.
no. Oh, what a surprise.
Liar!
Hashtag.
Sphene would never do that.
Yeah, hello. She just told us we're on opposite
King
sides.
of Resolve speaks the truth.
Oh my Lord.
How did she?
Hello, she just said that we were on the opposite side. Why are we pretending? Well, I mean, Wuklamat's dumb, so, you know, that's fine. But my Warrior of Light would have figured that out. We're not idiots.
The attack on Taral was no less my desire than Zaralja's.
Yeah, obviously.
You said you wanted none of this. It was a farce from the very start.
Well, technically, I think she would prefer everyone just give in and not have to fight.
Yes, I used you.
So it was all just a lie then? What you said about loving your people as family? About wanting to see them smile?
I do this for them.
I've seen far too many stories for something like Sphene
I'm
to trick me. Yeah. Yeah, and they gave us lots of yeah, they gave us lots of clues. Everyone should have seen this coming.
People, I must take the lives of yours.
Yeah, it's all or nothing. Zero sum. Zero sum.
Behold, Wuklamat, the benevolent Queen Sphene. An illusion that orchestrated a massacre.
Endless, or machine, or whatever you are now, you bear the memories of the person you once were. You should still have a heart.
She can't remember the food that she likes, Wuklamat.
Of slaughtering my people, do you feel nothing?
No. She only has memories. Or not?
Nothing is dearer to me than my people. It matters not whether they are living or endless. As queen, I will do anything to protect them. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
Actually.
What exactly do you seek to do? What are you protecting your
We
people
actually
from?
have. Technically.
You waste your words. There is no turning back.
Her previous offer to us, I think, was more similar to Ensinger.
A weak ruler walks a path of ruin. Tell me, which of us is worthy of their throne?
I already know. It will never be you! As long as you think only of yourself, you'll never be worthy. You'll never surpass Father or me! You can't rely on souls anymore.
Mm.
It's over.
Which is cool. This is
Don't
cool.
think you've won yet. Oh no.
We saw this all
Far from
coming,
it.
but it's still cool.
Give the order to the fleet. Raise Tuli Yulol to the ground and harvest every last soul. It is over for Tuli Yulol. Your works, your people.
Quana to the cloud.
All will be
Alphino to the
before
cloud.
The day is done.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I'm not the only Dawn's servant.
Yeah, the dueling thing is something that was outlawed around the 1800s, but it used to be common in Europe.
They're coming!
Dueling was also common in, like, cowboy type stuff. You would have duels with pistols at dawn. Ooh, Catboy Land.
Well, come on then, you 10 bastards.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying yourself.
Oh.
I'm Head Sauro. Nothing gets a hunter's blood pumping like a little danger.
Wow, Y'shtola and a cowboy.
Well,
Poor
it seems we have that in
poor
common.
Runar.
I haven't felt this alive in a good while.
A machinist and a black mage. Couple machinists. Save your bullets though, folks. This is like Star Wars. Haha. That's great.
That's the spirit. We promised Valcona we deliver him a mountain of scrap. And I'm not about to let these hollow men make a liar out of me.
This is like so Final Fantasy. That's hilarious. Oh. Aerial support.
Hey kid, the ones below are yours.
You got it. Wait, what do you mean below?
He's gonna go hopping from one to one to one. Estinian.
Don't see that every day.
He's like, what in the world? Switching to Dragoon. Dragoon main now. Chadstinian. BS machinist can't. Yeah, where's their flamethrowers? Oh, here's Thancred.
Hardly sporting, and this despite our best efforts to thin the enemy ranks.
Well, that's nice.
While it's not quite what we had planned, I'm glad we chose to remain in Tural.
He looks so good with the graphical update.
As am I. 'Twas an unexpected but welcome opportunity to join in the defense of this realm.
Oh, Ariage. Time to whip out your globe. Yeah!
And to his credit, Kona did ask very nicely. Still, it's a pity his brother had to delay our pleasure jaunt. But business always comes first.
Good to see them in graphical fidelity. So nice. But there has to be like a turnaround, right? Like there has to be like where everyone loses. There has to be a moment where everyone loses. We'll see. Maybe it'll just be a happy ending. I would personally like show a whole bunch of people winning and then have like an ultimate loss. End the expansion with everyone in the cloud. RP walking robots.
Damn it! Come no closer, you bastards!
Oh, this is a cool Jaja.
No. That was a near thing. Are you all right? You save your life. Yes, I know. Don't squander it.
Yeah. He's come a long way from taco stomping.
My rescue, Bakul Jaja. Thank you.
I no longer squash tacos.
Odd in my ears. The thank yous.
I really like they threw in these elaborate action scenes. See, I thought it was Thancred, but then it sounded like Hien Vic. So I'm a bit confused whether it was Thancred or Hien. Yeah, these fight scenes are fantastic. Oh, how does he fight? One-handed? So he's kind of similar to a paladin, but with no shield?
We're holding our own against their infantry. But what of that monstrosity and its escort?
Yeah.
If they start bombarding us with cannon fire, we'll have no means of fighting back.
Well, they can't though, because they want...
We have a countermeasure.
Oh, who is this one? Is this Ritra?
A bleeding dragon.
Is this Wise? Yeah, like, Ritra, be careful.
What in the Navigator's name is it doing here?
Oh, that's just Vitra, our good old friend. I'm Thav now.
Has entered into an alliance with Rads at Han. A wise and timely decision on Valkona's part.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful. He just found his sister. Could, theoretically, if Ritra were to get hurt, because we learned about soul extraction, could you extract his eye and put it in his... Oh, it's his sister, Ashdaya, with Kwana.
Truly Yorla shall never forget this debt.
Right in the nick? Did he mean right in the nick of time? Very cute.
We will hold out, Lamachi.
Smart Kwana move.
So keep your eyes forward. And do what only you can do.
Probably a leftover of the sword and pistol class. No way, Tab. That'd be so cool.
And sound.
We do need another Fizz ranged. Because we only have bard, dancer, and machinist. Vritra taking a fleet just like his daddy. Yeah, baby of the family. I just get a little nervous because dragons are important enough characters to kill off, but not important enough characters to have plot armor, you know?
Report from the fleet. The enemy has offered unexpected resistance. We've been forced to withdraw.
I shall have to go do it myself.
All of you.
He's like Thanos. Or whatever. Fine, I'll do it myself.
Stop!
I love this music. This is great. Imagine having to use souls because your boss killed you. This is fantastic.
Your Majesty.
This poor guy.
Enough of this! Enough! You swore you wouldn't harm my people!
Out of my way.
Dead.
Have you gone mad?
When the army fails in its duty, it is the charge of the King of Resolve to clean up its mess. To achieve victory by any means necessary. Soralja to Everkeep. Initiate court blood. Execute all civilians and commandeer their souls.
Oh my.
Damn you!
Stop! Please, Father, stop!
Kululcha! I told you not to come!
Galulja.
You must flee, Kululja. It isn't safe.
What the fuck?
I'm not going anywhere! I have to stop my father!
I am not your father.
Let him go!
Using a child as a shield. Have you no shame?
Release him at once, or you shall answer to me.
Now he sounds like Estinian.
Relic. Kneel before your king.
Oh, interesting.
Otis? What's wrong?
Kakua goes evil as well.
Find me at the top of Everkeep. There, we will determine who is fit to rule.
Why would he even care about her? Like, honestly, all he has to do is command whatever. And then...
I must protect them.
There's aspects of the story that simply do not make sense. Why does it matter that he should duel her? He should just draw out all of his forces and wipe everything. This literally does not make sense from a logical, if you're that sociopathic that you don't care about the world and you're literally going to wipe out the people in your big town, you would, I could imagine, kind of like Fisk, having the sin of pride. And this sin of pride would drive you to make your point, particularly if you were malicious or you were sadistic. And you would, especially if you were sadistic, and you would torment the people so that they would literally want to die when you finally challenge them to duel. But there is nothing like that going on here. We're not given any hint as to what is driving him at this stage, because he's literally a one-note villain, which is fine, but a one-note villain who's just on a rampage would not stop to care about a fucking duel. He would go out there, he would wipe out Quana, he'd kill Vritra, he'd do whatever, and then he would come back for you after all of the people that you cared about have been dead, and then he would duel you if he was a sadist. I think he has an inferiority complex. Yeah, we shouldn't have to say I think. Because we have no scenes with him, nothing. We're projecting into him. Right? This is where I'm saying the story is failing it's telling us it's repeating too much of what we already know about Wuklamat. Okay? I think with Quana, they gave us the right amount. We know what Quana is, we know what he wants, we know why he is the way he is done. But we got so much repetition with Wuklamat, we fucking wasted time instead of having more time sussing out the Zeralja. Because if you're going to have a character make such a nonsensical, non-strategically sensical decision, then you need to explain it. Like, you must have a story. It could even be something like this. It could be you meet him at the docks at the earlier part of the story, and someone minor is in a fight, and he steps in and he's like, you got a duel, you know, and have through seeing him interact with a duel, show how duels mean something to him. Because at this point in time, duels don't, we're coming into this culture with no understanding other than that one moment where we were told duels matter, and we had that one duel with Zakawa. But that culture is completely different from Tuliolol and this capital. And it's not there. In fact, the Dust Guard, or whatever, you know, the people who represent the capital, the outsourced sheriffs that come from the capital who were all corrupt, they represent the capital's interest in transforming the concept of duels and not having that anymore. So the capital represents progress and moving away from those values. So why would Zeralja have this kind of a value? I also thought it was going to be a solo duty. It should have been. I think he has a complex, I must prove the miracle. He has to prove himself that he's stronger than her and her friends. Remember, he took no satisfaction after ending the Sky Rune or his own father. It is without end for him. Yeah, but he's coming off as Xenos Light. He's coming off as Xenos Light to me. Because he's not making reasonable decisions. With Xenos, I felt like Xenos, while being a loose cannon, Xenos was such a like, when we first meet Xenos, he's more or less bound by certain things that are happening within Garlemald, so he's hither, thither, and yon. But once he meets you, he goes full mental, and then he kills himself. Okay, so then he's going back into his body, and he's trying to find you. So it's from that time onward, it's always about you. It's just about you, and you understand that. That makes sense. It's at the cost of his family, at the cost of his country, at the cost of his people. He doesn't give a fuck. He just cares about fighting you. So you understand, even if you don't agree with, even though you think it's stupid, even though you find it annoying, you understand why Xenos is letting go everything and not whatever. He's not, and you get solo scenes with Xenos where he rhapsodizes about how life is boring, and we get those scenes with Xenos where we even get to see how life is mundane for him, and he just wants to have the thrill of the fight again. With Zoralja, all we have are some throwaway lines of, well, this isn't much of a thing. Well, this, I can't prove myself. So if we had some... Oh, shit. Fuck. If we had some, like, background... Sorry. Accident spillage here. Coffee spillage. Rip. Well... Sorry, everyone. I have napkins. I have, like, a little stash of napkins in my napkin stash, but I just gotta... Excuse me. I got a lot of napkins, I should say. Was it on the keyboard? Oh, thank God, no. He grew up being a miracle, never felt like he was and never feeling he was definitively better than anyone else ever. He grew up being a miracle and never feeling like he was definitively better than anyone else ever. He grew up being a miracle. Epic, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think how they showed it was not good. I don't think it was enough. It's left me feeling like his decision to have a duel with her here and now feels like a decision made by people who want to stretch out time for a story. It does not feel normal. If I cared about being better than anyone else ever, I would go forward with attacking Tuliolol, I'd wipe everyone out, and then at my own convenience, I would meet with Wuklamat and everyone else and deal with them. If we had more Zoralja scenes, it might have been better communicated, but still not as well as Xenos. Well, yeah, Zoralja is not Xenos. He's not fighting because he's bored with life, and he's not representing our shadow or anything. Like, Xenos is an extremely complex character. He's doing complex, not Freudian, Jungian things. Zoralja doesn't need to be Xenos complex, okay? We don't need to make him like Xenos to be good, but he needs to have his airtime so that we can fully understand why he would give up an assault in order to have some duel. It could even be, for example, it could even be like a small scene where someone's like, Zoralja, you're special, right? And then he'd be like, okay, and he'd run forward and he'd be like, Dad, right? And Golulja, who's a good dad, right, but very busy man, is maybe with baby young Koana and baby Wuklamat. and his dad's busy, and he feels bitter about how much his dad spends time with Wukalamat and Quana versus him. So he's a miracle, but he's not important. And so it makes his adolescent immaturity worse and more embedded. There's so many little ways that you could either make him a sadist or make him an extreme narcissist or like an egoist that would just highlight why he's driven to duel Wukalamat at the yeah. There's just so many ways. But once again, maybe there's something else going on here that I don't know about. Was it yeah, so I spilled it beside. Every scene where they talked about it was all, I have to prove the miracle, and then he lost and was the miracle was a lie, and then rage. Yeah, I just don't feel like we spent enough alone time with him, Epic. It's always side to everything else. A chunk of Wukalamat's scene time could have been passed over to Zeralja. I think if they gave him 2 scenes, a flashback scene and a current day scene, not where he's coming off of a fight, but where he is on his own, thinking or talking, even with a friend who agreed with him. Everything that we saw with him so far has been very focused on, I must do the next plot point. I just want more. Unrealistic pressure put on the eldest son, pressure he grew up as being his identity. Yeah, see, Epic, you're telling me it, though. Well, you saw what he did with his last friend? Well, that would make the scene with the last air quote friend. Air quote. Let's put heavy quotes on that friend part. Because I personally think his advisor was using him as well, right? But it doesn't matter. I think my point still stands. And you're giving me all of this reasonable conjecture, Epic, but I want to see it. I don't want to be told it by somebody who I'm chatting with about in the story afterwards. I want to see it. This is my beef with early WoW stuff, and it's happening here. They should have taken the time, and if that means cutting from Wukalamat, so be it. They should have taken the time. They should have taken the time to show us him being extremely pressured as a child, or feeling like he's being passed over for Quana and Wukalamat, or they should have showed him being obsessed with dueling for whatever reason. Show us why is he obsessed with that. Is it because of his mother? Where's his mother? How did the mother thing happen? Right? It's a show don't tell issue, yes. Once again, I'm not against having a flat villain, but if it's a flat villain, then he's making stupid decisions for plot, which is not good either. But if he's a complex villain with complex psychology as to how he got there, then we need to have more explanation than just a few throwaway lines at the end of a solo duty or at the end of a trial or at the end of a scene. Like, there needs to be more than what we got. And part of the problem is his character is supposed to be, when we first meet his character, right? When we first meet Bukul Jaja is raging inferno. But Quana and Zeralja are silent. Do you remember that whole procession scene at the beginning? And the problem with showing that is that it makes we learn that Quana is basically suffering from emotional constipation, probably due to traumatic childhood because he was abandoned for some reason. Okay, fine. Good for Quana. Okay, but with Zeralja, we come off with him barely talking to people, barely looking at people, barely touching people, barely, like, you know, whatever. And then that one scene, he kills his friend, and now he's just losing it, and he's just slashing at everything, and he's like a crazy person. But then when it comes time, he's like, oh, I want to duel with Wu Klamat. So then he's like, it's like he's bipolar. I don't know. A character saying, oh, I sucked, to me doesn't say anything about that character. We had the time as well. Yeah. It's just those moments of him voicing his disappointment stuff were louder to me. They weren't loud to me at all. There have been lots of characters who have walked away from either fighting us or fighting alongside us who have voiced disappointment, who haven't felt to me. Like, to me, that doesn't make him a standout character. It doesn't say anything about psychology. That's, yeah. You need more than just a throwaway line. You need a bit more time. For me. It's like the Joker being desperate for Batman to validate his worldview. I don't see that, but yeah, that can be your opinion. We must hurry back to Everkeep. Zoralja thinks of nothing of others' lives. He will kill his own people. He will kill his own people, but not really, because now he's just going to sit around and wait for us to go and duel him. Chances are we'll have to face a good part of his army with Otis among them. Let's all take care. Okay. Are you ready, Nico? Okay. It says there's... What? Disciple of land or hand while on party? Oh, right. Okay, it's solo. So he's harvesting his own people. See, this is what I expect him to do in Tuliolol.
Ow.
I have no more use for you. Be gone.
Father, wait! Father! Otis, Hamachi, you have to stop him. You have to.
Well... I'd just lie down if I were you. Up to the cloud we go, up to the cloud we go.
What have you done?
Sphene, can't you order them to stand down?
Yeah.
The King of Resolve holds military authority. I cannot overrule his commands.
I can't deal with a dragon, so I'll go and deal.
If there's something you can do, then do it.
Ah, man.
Your crimes are beyond forgiveness, but your people are innocent.
Hope you don't mind if I obliterate your army.
loved you all, and still...
The talk can wait. When you said that you wanted to protect your people, I trust you weren't lying.
Of course not! There's nothing I wouldn't do for them!
Then let's split up and get to work.
Do what you can do.
Yeah, what can you do? Oh, there's her insignia. Okay.
Please, everyone, lend me your strength.
Well, I guess we're helping her. Defend Solution 9. Save these people from themselves. Okay.
Right. Let's deal with these ones first.
Still those we can save. We keep moving.
Okay. This is exciting. This is very exciting. This gives me like Yulmore vibes when like we went into Yulmore and we fought Ranjit.
Damn you, Zeralja!
It's up to us to stop them.
That's fine.
You're safe now. Be at ease.
This is a warning. This is a warning not to rely on technology too much. Oh, Graha tanking alone. I'm here to save you, Graha. Not that you need a strong, independent man with you, but you're paladin abilities. Gather them up. Yeah, I'm a simp. Yeah.
Looks like that does it for this area.
Graha tanking solo, yeah, with Kryol as backup. Such a good pairing, the two of them. Representing the Beldician Annex,
Look,
right?
The King's forces are on the move.
Oh, fuck him.
There are still civilians on Trueview.
Like Aaronville. Aaronville's up there.
Well, we can't leave the wounded. Let's divide into 2 groups.
Aaronville deader?
Kryol, Raha, please stay here.
Let me guess. I'm going to be with Wu Clement. We should
The
do...
rest of us will go and deal with the machines.
We should do like a drinking game where it says Wu Clement and I, or the Nico and I, or you can go with Wu Clement. We should have a drinking game. I could get drunk for the first time in my life. Aaronville?
Otis, you've got to wake up.
Oh boy. Remember, if he dies...
Otis?
If he dies, he's deader. Robo bro. If he dies here, then he's dead, which is really sad. But, I mean, 450 years of living. I mean, maybe it's time.
For the honor of the Royal Knights, forward!
Group him up. I like the music here.
You're mine. You're mine.
Okay, Otis. Oh boy, here we go.
Snap out of it, Otis. Don't you recognize us?
Nope.
First formation! Show them a knight's valor!
It's so sad. It's just like the Warlit fights where you know that you're fighting good people. Soul Overdrive, where their souls are overwritten. Was it Soul Drive? Oh, he's doing a paladin thing on us. How sad. What a good bro.
The machines obey him.
Well, I mean, they're basically his knights. What a stalwart guy.
Second formation! Seize the glory of victory!
Oh. Okay, let's stand here. I'm gonna stand here. Oh no. Sorry, folks. Sorry.
Something about him is familiar, but it couldn't be.
Oh no, she doesn't know. Oh dear. Oh boy. Oh.
Formation! Onward! For Alexandria!
Yeah.
It is him, the captain of the knights.
Yeah. What's with the shitty tanking, Wu Clement? Okay, now we can...
The looks of this. Everyone, keep your guard up.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Damn it! How do we bring him to his senses?
We're gonna have to kill him. I know we don't want to, but...
If he still remembers me, then perhaps.
What a bro. I love how he uses the paladin skills. So sad. Aw. Are you wasting my phoenix? Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, I figured that. Tab.
Right, he's deactivated.
Or...
It should be safe to approach.
Otis! No!
Oh, how handy. Oh, Final Fantasy IX music incoming! I can recognize that.
I remember you, Otis, so please remember yourself.
Hmm?
You're a proud knight of Alexandria, a man who lives to serve the kingdom and its subjects.
He is. He's doing what the king told him to. Uh-oh.
Otis.
Aw, true love.
Pray, stand back, Your Majesty.
The story of love, sex, and robots.
I am Sir Otis Bologna, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Upon mine honor, you shall harm neither my fair queen nor our citizens.
Aw. Wholesome. Oh, are we gonna fight again? Ooh. I've never played FF9. Yeah. Otis is the...
Apologies for the trouble I've caused.
I'm pretty sure this is Ian's voice actors.
Body hold! I shall fight with you.
Feels like Ian's voice actor.
Tis but a flesh wound.
Tis but a flesh wound. Quoting Monty Python. Okay, oh no. Okay, oh no. Yeah. Oh, gross. It's just like, what's her face? Halone. I can't do memory shit. This... Handy. Very nice. Okay, so this is where things are gonna get difficult. I was gonna say that last time I felt like things were a bit easy and I wasn't dying. And I was like, oh no. Okay, I survived. I survived. 4 steps. You gotta keep close to the middle. That's the key. I'll stand here. Uh-oh. Yikes. Hashtag.
The devil's lightning to itself.
Wait a minute.
Let's split up and deal with them.
Not holding anything back, are we?
My... Wait a minute.
Leave this to me.
Oh, Otis.
Behold, the blade work of a royal knight.
Oh, sexy beast. Oh, I love Otis. Chad. Oh, supercharged Levin. Okay.
Such tremendous lightning.
No shit.
So many! This is going to be tough.
Yeah. I'm assuming something has to happen. Yeah. Oh boy. Ow. Ow.
Not good. At this rate.
Yep. Fail.
Upon mine honor, we shall weather this storm. Now, lay the fiend low.
Manly man. That is such a trope. Oh, wait a minute. Am I doing Dynamis? Okay, I should probably pay attention.
Otis, you must stop. Your body can't survive this.
Yeah, Otis is probably gonna pass. Gone but not forgotten.
Nay, I cannot yield, even should it cost me my life.
It's okay. Try.
Otis!
Otis's condition. It's weakening. Yikes. Failed cuz summoner. Should have leveled Samurai. Should have gone in as Viper. He needs some milk.
My queen, are you unharmed?
I have a feeling. He doesn't look too good. Chat.
Otis. Thank you, Lord Captain, for the delicious repast, for everything.
The old units do not have regulators. Their souls cannot be recovered.
This is part of living.
He is gone. The Otis who so valiantly fought for us. I'm truly grateful for your help. Would that I had the time to thank you properly. But I'm afraid I cannot linger. There are urgent duties I must perform.
Hey, wait!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine, but Otis is...
He passed. Oh, super sad.
So he's the one who was looking after Galulja.
Thanks to you, Solution 9 has been spared the worst. But the situation on the other levels is grim. We're currently assessing the full extent of the casualties. In the meantime, could you help us treat the wounded?
Where's Aaronville? Also, are you endless now? Are you dead? Are you actually with us? I suppose we can't quickly ask that question. Yeah. That moment where he protects her with his body is that's what everyone wants to see. That kind of behavior where a knight lives to serve, kind of like Horsefant. I did not expect such carnage would unfold. I didn't think so either, Graha. I'm going to be frank with you. Is there no end to his villainy? I pray your soul is at peace. Yeah, he can go to our ethereal sea. We'll take him in. What is Earljot trying to achieve by slaughtering his own people? That he's still bent on surpassing Papa is clear, but why this massacre? I don't understand. Yeah, I also don't understand, Wuklamat. Right now, we can only guess at his intent, but his obsession must be strong indeed to endure after 30 years. Yeah, he killed his dad, not good enough. Killed a dragon, not good enough. He's literally mental. I wish we could have, like, one cutscene where we could just see the mental. Now isn't the time to ponder such things. The people need our help. Everyone's standing around. I wonder... Okay, I've been thinking, by wearing regulators, the people of Alexandria had been spared the fear of death. That's because the device not only resurrects you, it also erases your memories of the departed. The very notion of dying would have become vague, if not forgotten. Oh, this is so interesting. This brings me back to what we talked about in medieval class. I'll talk about it after this. Be killed over and over. I can't imagine how traumatized the survivors must be. Even if they're not physically hurt, they would still need care. At a time like this, the citizens need their queen to console them. Where has she gone? I don't know. There are other districts, so perhaps she's checking on them. In any case, it's too much for her to handle alone. Countless people will be distraught, and we ought to provide them with what comfort we can. So while Kakua and her crew tend to those with physical injuries, let's seek out those whose wounds are emotional. Understood. If you and Nico want to concentrate on Trueview, the rest of us will see... you and Nico. Sounds like a plan. Why? Like, for the love of all that's holy, why couldn't they range the four of them? This is an MMO. This isn't so hard. You range the four of them and you say, click on the one that you want to go with, and you go with them. And they just replace the body. And that's it. Anyway. Anyway, I just wanted to talk a little bit. One of the reasons why I didn't get vaccinated when COVID hit wasn't because I'm anti-vaccine. I'm not actually anti-vaccine, and I'm not anti-science. I love science. But I felt that, at least in Canada, a lot of people were saying nonsensical things about the vaccine. Like the idea that it could eradicate a virus. Viruses cannot be eradicated. Now, there are certain specific viruses that we've done our best to eradicate. But the common cold is... Do you fucking love science? The reality is the common cold cannot be eradicated. And some people believe that Rona came from an uncommon place. But whether it came from an uncommon place or a common place, you can't... There's some things about nature that we can never stop. And it's part of being in the cosmos. It's part of living. And the same thing goes with this world, right? Not only have they removed death with the help of technology, they've removed the pain of death, of remembering what it means to die. And this is very interesting because you might think to yourself, well, we don't have that in our society, but we actually do. We talked about this in medieval class. How many of you in chat currently sleep in a bed that someone else died in? Is anyone in chat sleeping in a bed that some human that you know from your family has died in? No, I'm not. Ooh, Epic is sleeping in a brand new bed. I hope it's doing you well. Not to your knowledge. So we were talking in medieval class how almost all of your furniture and your home would be where your family lived and died. And the bed you slept in would have been where your grandmother died, where your grandfather and then your father and then your mother would have died. These beds would have had people dying in them. And in class, we talked about how as we have become more technologically advanced, we have pushed our dying into hospices, into the edges of society. The further we've moved away from medieval society, the further we've moved away from the notion of death, to the point now where many of us don't even want to be there when our loved ones pass on. Now, I was there when my grandfather physically passed on, when they pulled the plug. I watched his heartbeat flatline. Seeing someone physically with your eyes die fucks you up in the head. It is not easy. And why is it not easy? Because it feels wrong. It feels horrible. And a lot of people, in my opinion, will do anything they can to avoid it. And that's what Solution 9 represents. The extreme end of our society, where one day, I believe, as soon as you start dying, you'll just call maid services. Because people don't want to cope with you not being there. And this society is kind of like an extreme example of people not even wanting to remember the people who have died. Now, it's not like that they don't want to remember. It's more like they all bought into it. I don't know how many of them understand what they bought into, but it still is the concept. It reminded me of the corpo lifestyle, endless rat race to the top, and losers who fall behind are forgotten. Yeah, it's also a thing about that. I used to have a Super King and a bedroom suite. What for, Ben? You could probably fit on a toddler's bed. Exhausted, man. Yeah, help this cat boy. I can end your emotional suffering. We can go into a back alley Thank you. I'm all right, I think. Say, you're fighting with Queen Sphene, weren't you? Are the rumors true then? That Her Majesty isn't a living person? That her actual body is elsewhere in the cloud or some such? And she uses a special power to appear before us. Always wondered why the Alexandrians never questioned her true nature, but now I think I understand why. She personally fought to protect us. That's enough for me to know she's a worthy ruler. It doesn't matter what she is. See, and here's the thing. They may not have known the particulars, but the fact that everyone knew that when you die, you just go up to the cloud, tells me that they were still willing to compromise. My ex and I bought it. For what? What? Why do you need a super king? How big is a super king? What are you... I mean, granted, you are a full-blooded man. So, you know... Super king mattress size. 72 by 78 inches. So that would be like, what, 5 feet? By 5 feet? Oh my lord. Chat. He was one step down from an emperor. A residential Lala baker had a super king. It's amazing. Think about how many people were forgotten in that attack. Yeah. It was amazing. Veterinarians even called it to mention people leave their pet to put out and they don't want to be there, and pets freak out to being alone and look for their owner in desperation. Exactly. I personally think it's selfish. I think it's selfish. These people, instead of saying, you know what, no, I think I'm good with living a normal life and just being normal and accepting the cosmos, accepting the cycle of life, they're holding on unnaturally to reality. They're holding on at the cost of themselves. They're holding on to something that is actually making, like, long term, it will take away from life. What, right? Give us our peace. Leave us out of your damn war. Well, we didn't fucking want to be here, okay? It was your queen that pulled yourself into here and accepted Zerolja. So, yeah. Fuck you. Okay, trembling man. Let's help this poor boy. Never been so scared in my life. I died in an accident before, but it was nothing compared to this. To be killed again and again, it was a living nightmare. This is why you lie down and you pretend to be dead. Preferably with another dead body. And King Zerolja was behind it, you say. Since he suddenly appeared, he's done nothing good for us. He thinks only of war, ordered more soldiers be produced, and now he unleashes them on us. He's no king of mine. He's a murderer, and someone needs to make him pay. Absolutely. Don't tremble anymore, bro. We got you. I think about shooters all the time. I'm not gonna lie. Every time I go to a really large church, I think about shooters. I think about, where's the nearest exit? Where would I hide if someone came in and started shooting people up in the church? I used to have those kinds of thoughts a lot when I came back to Canada, because I was so used to going to like small private groups overseas. So going to like a large sanctuary church, you know, like a large building, freaked me out when I first came back to Canada. But I'm guessing most people don't think like that. Oh, hello, kid. How's it going? He's shell-shocked, as you would be, as you would be. Oh, Shales. Where's our residential nutcase? Where did he go? I would simply handle it. with utmost ease and precision, Vic. I thought about them whenever I would go see my brother perform in a band, and when he left for college. Stress. Now his foolishness is in Texas. Yeah, anytime you're like in a big, large group, you have to think about it now, right? You can't put your head in the sand and pretend like you got to mentally prepare yourself just in case. You never know. We've helped those we could in Solution 9. We are now looking to send people to other levels. It's not like I'm suggesting we walk around with a chip on our shoulder behaving like a-holes because we don't believe people can be good. What I'm saying is like, it's about resilience. It's about being mentally prepared. Depends where you live. Oh yeah, that's right. We don't live in Ben's little island. Although, Ben, your little island saw some action a while back that was pretty sad. Seems things are somewhat under control, while Alice and the others are still out there. Can't help but worry about Golja. Yeah, he's back to not talking. He hasn't uttered a word, and small wonder given his ordeal. Our cops don't have guns. I'm going to talk to him about everything. Red as he is, there's no use hiding it. He'd eventually find out and it'd hurt him more. Very well. Above all, he needs to know that he isn't alone. Yeah, just go tell him. Hey, look, your dad is whack. Oh, maybe your prime minister wasn't doing it. Wait a minute. Yeah, in 2019 in Christchurch. Some crazy bro. An eco-fascist. I thought you meant recently. No, nothing recently. Thank goodness, nothing recently. I told my brother he's too far for me to take a speeding projectile for him and gave him my best big bro talk so he could be ready. Yeah, you're a good bro, Epic. Good bro. Sometimes you just have to give the people you love a reminder to take care of themselves, you know, and not walk through life floating like you're in a bubble. Like these people did. They relied so much on technology, they stopped being able to defend themselves. This is literally the result of a devouring mother, a mother state.
Are you all right, Golja?
Lots of people are dead because of my father, aren't they?
That's...
And Otis. He's gone too, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
My father is a bad man. That's why you're going to kill him, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, sweetheart. Look.
Forget it. I don't care anymore.
Listen to me, Golja. You're right. We're going to confront your father. He invaded Tulihyolal and hurt my people. As vow of resolve, it's my duty to bring him to justice.
Don't you think of him as family anymore?
After the attack, I was filled with rage. I told myself over and over that he's no brother of mine. But it isn't so simple. No matter what I feel or say, all those years I spent striving to live up to his example, they won't just disappear. What's more, it's because we're family that we have to correct each other when someone goes astray.
Yep. You gotta clean your house.
That's why I must confront my brother. Like your grandfather did. Even though it cost him his life.
But Otis is gone now. If my father was gone too, then I'd have no one.
What?
What are you saying, Galulja? Take a look around.
I just see one strange lady with a white fan and a strange guy with black hair from a land that I don't really recognize.
You have us, Galulja. All of us. We'll be with you. Through thick and thin. You're not alone. You'll never be alone again.
Yeah, wait till you see Quana. Yeah, that's the look on my face whenever someone starts crying around me. Ugh. Hashtag not mom material. Wilclamat is now an adoptive mother? Yeah, good for her. Sucks to be her. I'm sorry, I didn't listen and followed you, but I wanted to stop my father and to maybe understand why he did what he did. Yeah, Galulja, I don't know how to say this, bro, but, if we find out that he's not your genetic father after all, maybe it's for the best. That's what I'm saying, okay? Some people are just broken. I also feel like I haven't met this kid long enough to actually care for his condition once again. I want that moment to be better for me, but it's just not flying. Not yet. Galulja is taller than my Lala. Like, we're talking like maybe a week. Okay, let's push it to a week. Epic. And some cat trying to kill your dad. Yeah, take a look around. Yeah. I wish that this character had... we'd started seeing and talking with him really early on. And then I think this would hit. Like, if we started talking with him as soon as we entered the bubble and started, like, seeing him around a bit more often, but more mysteriously, and we could even do it without any of the other group knowing about it, so we know about him, but nobody else does. I think that's how I would have handled it, just so that it would have a bit more impact and he would have more reason to trust us. Forget the time gap between the death of Galulja and this scene. We just met this bro like yesterday. The kid feels like a plot device. He does. I think we could actually cut this character out And it would literally, so far, it would not have impacted anything so far in the story at all. But they could still do something with him, so he'll probably end up as a meat shield for somebody. Should get some rest, Galul Jaja. You've been through a lot. I do feel a bit sleepy. Yeah, you're a kid. Take some multivitamins and go to bed. There's room in the back you can use. Could you take Galulja there? I will, thank you. Oh, wow. Wuklamat's going off with someone else. Someone should warn the kid. He says yes to one quest, and he'll be with Wuklamat for the rest of his life. The things I would say to Zoralja as a mother. But I better not get started. Instead, let me thank you. We couldn't have gotten through this without you and yours. Until the others return, you ought to take what rest you can as well. What the f... It can't be over yet, after all. What in the world? You had prepare for it, otherwise feel free. The back room. Lady? Fuzzy image, you say? Is it still happening? Uh-oh. Well, it's an old worn thing. There's bound to be a few hitches. It's nothing to worry about, though. Nothing to worry about? We'll have a meeting to discuss our next move in a little while, so until then... Yeah, that is the face of a handsome man doubting. His name should be Goo Goo Gaga. His problem now? Yeah. X to doubt. Yeah, guys. This is not... Kakua wishes to hold a strategy meeting? But now for us to have you, then let's round up everyone. I don't like this. Where's Aaronville? That's number one question. I have a lot. Where's Aaronville? Okay, thank goodness he's there. During your confrontation with him, Zoralja bade Wuklamat come to the tower summit. Problem is that elevators have been locked down due to the state of emergency. We've been working to lift the access restrictions, but frankly, it's not looking promising. Are there any other ways we can get to Zoralja? We believe so. As you know, Solution 9 occupies Everkeep's 9th level. The summit, meanwhile, is the 12th. The map appears to be cut off. While the King and Queen's residence is believed to be located there, the details are highly classified, hence the lack of map data. We do, however, have reliable intelligence concerning everything up to the 11th level. What is this place? That is Origenics, the facility where souls are separated and refined for use. The process begins at the base with the extraction of souls from regulators and fiends. The souls are then transported up to the etheric separator where they're cleansed of memories. Oh, how fantastic. Finally, they're packed within soul cells for distribution. 12 for Fen. They've recreated the process by which souls are broken down in the ethereal sea. An affront to nature, I know, but ethical discussions must wait. The salient point is the facility extends vertically from the 1st to the 11th level. Now, if Zoralja intends to strengthen himself with the people's souls, as we strongly suspect, And the facility will be operating to process and transport those souls directly to him on the 12th level. So in order to reach Zoralja, we make our way through the orogenics. Precisely. It's the sound of a dungeon. As the facility sustains the Alexandrian way of life, security will be extremely tight. Yes, dungeon. But if you're willing to brave the route, we'll back you up as best we can. What say you? Dungeon? This is messed up. So it's an artificial soul sea? Yeah, except for the part where the souls are getting consumed instead of, you know, having a chance to go back and live again as someone else. I never had any doubt. I'm coming too. You'll need guidance on site, and this body makes me best suited. Yeah. Hold it. Before you set off, I have to ask. Are you dead, Mom? All this time you've known that Sphene isn't endless, haven't you? You're endless too. Mom's endless. Yes, we have. Why didn't you tell us? Honestly, it didn't seem relevant to the matters at hand, more complicated to explain than it was worth, and a distraction from our efforts to deal with Zoralja. Wow, his mom is kind of dumb, but okay, let's keep going. Speaking of which, we should get moving. Those who are sallying forth, we gather in front of the tower. Has it ever occurred to her that maybe the reason why the endless... Has no one talked to Queen Sphene? We can count on you to provide support from here, yes? Sure did, Mom. Of course. This poor guy. Are we gonna comfort him? No. Of course not. We can't even have a scene with Aaronville where we're like, bro, sorry about your mom. Like, has it never occurred to them, hey, maybe we should deal with the root of the problem? Maybe we should deal with the fact that they can't get enough energy for Endless, so that's why they're going on a conquest, and that's why they got Zoralja? Like, I don't know. That's the whole point of why they reached out, I would presume, is because Alexandria didn't have enough to support the Endless that they had created, hence why they came over here. Ugh. Anyway, I need to talk to you about never mind, it can wait. Poor guy. Lest you wonder, I have no objections to remaining here. Someone needs to keep those in Tuliolol formed. Best of luck to you. Yeah, okay, Aaronville. Good luck. Other matters can wait. That's what people are saying, but you know what? Sometimes the things you gotta talk about are what's gonna actually help you. Oh my. Okay, well, Party will enjoy that whenever she gets here. I thought it would be not enough souls. They explained the energy thing with Electrope. Yeah, they could go with we don't have enough souls. They could go with we don't have enough energy. We need more than the energy that we get from Electrope. I don't care what it is. But it's clear that the Endless are the motivation. So if we deal with the Endless problem first, then we can deal with them needing conquest for more souls or what have you, right? So far we don't have... Do you remember she said there are restrictions around having a bunch of Endless. So I'm assuming, if they've done their job as writers, they'll explain exactly what it is that they require to keep the souls going. Is it the more souls to keep the Endless going? Or is it more energy to keep the Endless going? It's one of those two. Or is it both? And once they explain that, presumably, if they've done their job as raiders, then we could be able to get to the root of the problem. Summit of Everkeep. Finally, we'll see what the clouds conceal. I'm coming to, of course. This is what I work so hard to be a part of. I wonder if it's another zone or if it's a dungeon. Apparently the dragons came to Tuliolol's aid. Yeah, Vitra. What a boss. What a guy. We put an end to his madness. Okay. All present accounted for. Excellent. We make for the summit in one push. Okay. She's dead. Was she a scientist? She's an explorer partied with Ghoul Jaja. This is messed up. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. Entrance to organic. Okay, this is feeling like a dungeon. Okay. Oh, it looks like we got a bot in chat. Okay. Anyway, I just feel like you're the maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. I'm just like one of those types of people where if I see okay, I'll give an example. Okay, one morning I get up, I'm making my coffee, and I decide to hang out with my sis. And we're going to sit down and watch a bit of Grimm. It's a really great TV show. And she's running around like a mad woman. I was like, what's going on? She's like, I can't find my wedding ring. I can't find my wedding ring. I said to her, what do you mean you can't find it? Where did you put it? She was like, you know, like, I don't know. I put it down somewhere. Now, the thing is, chat, is I know my sis has a huge issue with, I don't know what it is, but she keeps taking her wedding ring off for various reasons, and she mislays it. At one point, she mislaid it in a shoe, and she couldn't find it for ages, and they nearly had to buy a new wedding ring. Anyway, it's a whole thing, and it's gone on and on forever, and I finally couldn't take it anymore. I was like, what is the problem here? Why are you mislaying your wedding ring? Well, I usually put it here on this desk right in front of the computer screen. I'm like, what are you doing? You should have a ring tree or like a ring box that you just put it. So anyway, I went on to Amazon that day. I bought a fucking ring tree, and she now has a little ring tree for her ring and other rings that she may or may not have. Because I'm like, I can't deal with having my sister running around the house with this frantic energy all the time. Bless her heart. But she kept doing this all the time, over and over again, and was like, no, we're going to get to the bottom of what's causing you this problem. Turned out she doesn't have a place to put her ring, so it keeps getting lost. So we got her a little ring tree, and then I told her, this is how you create the habit of using it correctly. And guess what, chat? Since then, she has not lost her ring. Okay, we're going to ferry over. As distressing as the very concept is, I confess I'm curious to see the technology employed. Yeah, Grahatia voicing concerns. She's not going to be seasick anymore. Oh, we're going in a boat. Okay, let's click. We decide night elves decide to plant their new tree in Solution 9 so they can be endless. I think that's great. Ring tree? I will now explain how this mission will unfold. Okay, I'm excited. Our Janix takes delivery at specific times. It is at one such time we shall enter the facility, board the hover cargo. Kilusa here will pilot the vehicle, so you need to only sit tight until we arrive at the entrance. Okay. Our friends in the back room will create a diversion so we can steal inside. After which, we'll make our way to Summit, strike down any foes that bar our path. Dungy? Easy, yes? Easy to say, perhaps, but we'll manage one way or another. That we will. In anticipation of the unexpected, we should maintain contact with the support crew and adapt as necessary. Indeed, I shall use the communicator I borrowed from Shale to keep them informed at all times. See, everyone has the grasp of details. Good. We set off very soon, so be ready. Dungy. Yeah. I wish I had leveled up my warrior. For obvious reasons. Oh, we can't take Kakua in there? Yep. Okay, here we go. Yeah, weird botting. But it's a viewer, even if it's a bot, I guess. What's with these weird ass bot accounts? I've seen the exact message. Yeah, it's very... Where death goes to be inconsistently written. That's a good one, Epic. That's a good one. They should hire you. Wait a minute, what? Are there animals in cages? Free the beasts! PETA! Okay. Okay, they're coming out. They will be free. We'll free their head from their necks. What the fuck?
Hold on.
Grahatia's voice in my ear. Just what I needed.
Hold on.
Probably. It's probably linked to the concept of eugenics, you know? I love the music in here, though. Oh, this is the dungeon! But this is like the... Oh, I love this! Oh, the music is so... Get the fuck out of my way, Wuklama. Man, I'm starting to hate her. Okay, anyway. G-poser out of my eyesight. It's the awesome, it's the ocean that Yoshi P was very careful to not show us. Kakua, okay. The trailer dungeon, yeah. Would you remember where they were showing off in the PLL where they were talking about the changes to the graphics and Yoshi P went into one of like a hidden dungeon? I love this music though. This is great. I'm really liking this music. I think I'm gonna have to put it, I'm gonna have to find it. Da, 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 da.
Allow me.
Ah, so good. Yeah, I have to say, chat, I don't care what anyone says about the story. the dungeons and the zones and the music, except for that one weird, like, chorus song, like, everything else has been fantastic. I really like the feeling of this. I would like clean my room to this music. Okay.
Back off!
I'm a sucker for like a nice energetic dance beat with the piano. It reminds me of a Therochemical Hard. And also, I don't know if people have hung out long enough in Az's Law, but when you go to Az's Law, if you hang out there for a bit, you get that really nice upper melody of that piano that I really like. This reminds me of that. Oh. This reminds me of that video by Lauren. How do we get there? Am I lost in the dungeon? Am I being stupid? Wait a minute. Oh. Okay, I am being stupid. I should have just kept going. Okay, never mind, chat. Never mind. Read the terminals. The music for this half? Yeah. Okay, I'll keep reading the terminals. Oh, this is a skin of that one in Stormblood dungeon, the first one. Philios, or whatever his name is. What's this one called? Herpicaris. I'm gonna pull out. Ew. Uh-oh. I'm weak to anything low France or technowave, and I like how they embraced the cyberpunk theme and won't shut up about cyberizing the music. Absolutely. I'm also in agreement. Can we call her woke now? I mean, if you want to say names like that, I personally find that a bit infantile, but you know, it's up to you. I think calling names like woke Lamont is infantile. That's just me. It's like second grade energy. But I know some people like it. So far, I don't think she's woke, so it doesn't even fit her. Ow. How's the MSQ going? Well, I just died twice to one boss. So, it's going. Would Wook be conservative, considering her goal is to preserve her people's way of life rather than completely changing it? I'd have to think about that. Okay, let's try it. Let's see if I can, like, not fuck it up again. How's it going, brother mine? Oh my lord. I'm gonna start low-key molding. Mummifying isn't a conservative value, but she's not trying to mummify. She's simply wanting to keep the cultural values of her people to be passed on organically as they should. I don't see that as mummifying. But I don't think her political stance, if anything, I don't think that's why people call her Woklamat. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, let's try this again. This is like what? Death number 3? This is so embarrassing. Okay. So here, here, and then there. Okay. 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 if we go over here and just sit here? Yeah, okay. What was that? 4 times? I thought you could one-shot it with utmost ease and precision. I never claimed that. That would be you. Not me. I never one-shot it. I am every chat knows. Chat knows. I am the last person to say that I will ever one-shot anything. Origin taught the pre-existence of... He was like a philosopher and a theologian, wasn't he, Vic? I don't think she's woke either. It's just reminiscent Facebook boomer memes. Yeah, I thought you would one-shot... Okay, conservative from Turiali perspective, just to be clear. Yeah. But that tradition is flexible and malleable. I agree with Leo. That's what I'm saying. I agree, yeah. I didn't even know she was being considered woke. Yeah, it's kind of a meme. But I don't think she's woke, per se. But if they keep writing her the way she's been written, it's going to be fine. But if she gets too overpowered too quickly, then it will be a problem. But yeah, so far, I don't think she's a Mary Sue or anything. She's just very shonen. She's very shonen for sure. I know it's your thing. Yeah, how's it going, my dear brother? Martin the Warrior is in chat. As you can see, Martin, this game goes places. This looks like a... Is there a terminal that I'm missing? Am I being stupid? Again? Oh. Okay, yeah, I'm being stupid. Yeah, it's okay. Terminal? Oh. Ow. So I died 4 times, but you know what, chat? I still don't feel like it was terrible. They zip you straight to the boss. It's not that bad, you know? Like, I don't think it's that bad. Like, yeah, sure, I died a lot. That's kind of embarrassing, but like, you know, overall. Oh, there's more. Okay, let's kill these first, and we'll look at these information terminals. I love it when they put extra stuff in the dungeon. I don't know if chat likes it. One of my favorite dungeons for side lore that you can find out is Dusk Vigil. I just think the whole story about the cannibalism was top tier. He's a theologian. Okay, so I did recognize the name. Yeah. Let's read what does this say? Priority observation. Identification number 161127 Namika. Physical cessation age 86. Citizen memory erasure completed. Corporeal disposal completed. Aether extraction completed. I mean, that's pretty... All instructions in the processing manual must be strictly observed, as we have charged the realm's most vital resource. Actions resulting damage or loss constitutes a serious crime. First stage extraction is extracted from the regulators and transferred into the stabilizing tank. As hastening extraction increases the risk of damage, the rate must not be adjusted except in the event of an emergency. Okay. Second stage, separation. Mixed aether is put through the etheric separator and divided into the soul memory components. Soul ether is then conveyed to the upper orogenics, final processing, and memory ether to the meso terminal. Route and location classified. Less specifically specified, the memories of fiends are discarded. Animals don't matter. Noted. So I'm guessing the yellow and the blue. We knew this from that gun sequence. I wonder where do you remember how it says meso? So I wonder how, like, I wonder where. Yeah, I just wonder where the memories are going. Like, do they push? She said something about Elanesh and Ellen. According to Elaneshipia, we continue through here. The souls are white matter and they're being sent to Zeralja. The souls are white matter. I don't like the feel of this. Let's proceed with care. Okay. So we're gonna follow. Well, that's handy. There we go.
Hold on.
One of my favorite things about the Phoenix is, like, you rise off the air and you burst into flames. It's very fun.
There.
It's tomorrow I have a class where I have to discuss stuff. Yeah, he was a theologian. Yep. Oh, breakout rooms. The last time it was very, very awkward because in my breakout room I was the only male and the girls just eat there silently. Oh, that's awkward. How a boy became a dragon minion. I think that's based on a poem or something epic. The Boy and the Dragon Gay. That's in one of the Ishtola Matoya related things, I think. What's it called? Library. My favorite side story is the side quest in Azam. Google Library, yeah, that has one of the best furniture pieces. It's a huge book on a stand. It's so magical looking. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh fuck. We're oh man. Okay. Can't believe I'm doing this, but here we go. Hopefully raw amber isn't too hard to come by. I think fleece, I can get that pretty quickly. Okay. Where light gets lost. Should I be doing something? Oh. That's ghetto. Yeah, I think Google and Great Google Library hard. Anti-Tower. Anti-Tower or Google? I'm not sure, but one of those two. Okay. This looks special.
Allow me.
This is giving me Void Arc. Void Arc. By the way, chat, my brother Martin, the warrior, the one that's in chat right now, he re-downloaded his trial character for 14. We're trying to get him to get through. So he's post a Realm Reborn first part. I'm just gonna stand with Graha. Yeah, I'm just... Graha's most reliable. I'm just gonna believe. Hopefully I don't kill him. See now. Some of them them aren't real, so they're like glitching. So then the line that is glitching won't hurt you. Yes, Echidna! That's the name!
Now I'll show you.
Chat is so smart. Not like me. Oh my gosh. I introduced Party to Criterion Dungeons last night, and we wiped 4 times on one boss, and I swear it wasn't even her fault. It was absolutely mostly my problem. A special moment brought to you by my Warrior of Light. Oh boy. This is when he gets Ironworks jetpack. Well, I died. Here we go again. It's Y'shtola Bar, Vanaspati. Okay. We got this.
Try this!
Show you. You're mine.
I should use Surecast. shouldn't have done that. Wow, what a waste. Are you nice with others, or you start insulting and remembering embarrassing things when you mess up in the game? Are you nice with each other, or do you start insulting and remembering embarrassing things from your past when you mess up in the game? Yeah, technically Y'shtola is the best, but in Dawntrail we don't get Y'shtola. We get Y'shtola at home, which is Grahatia, and that is a spit on the face to Grahatia, who is a gorgeous lad. If we all get hurt with AoEs, Graha heals me first. May his tail remain ever fluffy. You're on your own now, says Aaronville. The air feels colder here. Great. We're in the stratosphere, probably. They're headed up, but where do we go from here? I don't even know, Ben. Chat, I finished the second boss, right? Third stage, purification. Separated souls undergo thorough cleansing for the removal of residual memories. Purifying light is harmful to organic beings, so MSQ must be taken during the procedure. Even the slightest contamination, oops, may lead to something about memory. Basically, I think if there's any contamination, the memory might remain or whatever. I might go back there.
Try this!
I'm just going to go back to this information terminal. Even the slightest contamination may lead to memory and personality disorders within the user. As such, each and every soul must be cleared using the precision detector. Okay, so my guess is, let's pretend that you're using your soul replicator and the soul is air quote contaminated. You will have memories of the person whose soul you're eating, essentially. Which, I mean, like, fuck you. But... Okay, we got another information terminal over here.
Allow me.
Try this!
Oh my lord, I'm just wasted Ifrit. Ambrose. Experiment sees a soulless body infused with multiple souls, including those of beasts, via a prototype multi-regulator. Subject currently behaves within the parameters of a living person, but displays advanced symptoms of personality breakdown and destructive tendencies. This is all but certainly due to an overdominance of feral souls. Yet, while the subject possesses phenomenal strength, cannot be reliably controlled, rendering it unfit for purpose. Future experiments must focus on imposing loyalty and obedience. Okay, chat. When we first meet Zeralja, he is very calm and chill, albeit simmering, right? He's like a simmering, he's a walking keg. But when we meet him with his father, and then thereon after, he appears more and more crazy. Is it possible that in the 30 years that he was within the bubble, gathering himself up, making relations with the queen and all that, he's been feasting on feral souls, and so that's why he's lashing out and behaving really crazy, because he's losing grip. Beware the turtle? Oh no, okay. Was also likely brooding over his failure? Yeah. Oh. Oh no, this is the mount that you get for the hunt logs.
Hold still.
Okay. Where's my sleep? Nope. Too late. There's an actual cast timer on sleep.
Hold on.
Next time it happens, I'll be ready. I almost never use sleep. I wonder if Adel would help. Okay, let's try it again. Yep, that did help.
Now I'll show you.
Wow, sleep actually does something, chat.
Hold on.
Try this!
Now I'll show you.
Oh no. Oops. Sorry, Wuklamat. Yeah, sleep works. Is sleep useful in PvP, or do you not have it? You do not have sleep in PvP. So in PvP, summoners have slow from Titan. The Titan slap, as I call it, slows people in PvP. And Addle is useful in Savage. Yeah, Titan slows people down. But it's not till Savage tier did I use Addle. I've never used Sleep. That's one button they could take off of Summoner and replace it with something else. I'd be okay with that. I used Faint all the time. Yeah, I almost never use it. I actually had to look for it on my bar because I couldn't even recognize where I put it. Terrible.
Hold on.
Ow. Okay, now I know. Stay close. I bet some of the higher raiders enjoyed this.
Hold on.
Because there's like multiple minions and things. Okay. Wow, Ifrit dash actually helped there. Insane. The music in this dungeon is amazing. It's the famous Ambrose from the text log. Is that what we were fighting, Vic? That is crazy. So I'm guessing like we're basically, oh, I reached level 100 already. Great. Now I think I'll level warrior next. I guess I know what I'm doing tonight, everyone. Beyond dealing with this bullshit. Let's see. What can I... Let's get this out of here. Yeah, we'll just do that. I'm coming to subject people to such heinous experiments. I mean, been doing that's a summit. Seems to, don't tell me that was, well, it appears to have been Ambrose. Maybe call it soon? Okay.
It's not opening.
Shale, can you see to the lock?
Just a moment.
Ever reliable.
Ever reliable?
Follow the passage inside and you'll come to an elevator. It'll take you to the 11th level.
Right. Let's keep moving.
It's almost 12:30 for me. Oh my gosh, the tail on my cat is so adorable. Oh, this looks familiar. We've been in this room before.
The 11th level. Just below the summit.
Look. Soul cells. This is where they're kept.
What? Then these are all
dead people?
Many died in the attack. Their souls would have been processed and transported here for storage. Or so I had expected.
A soul cell is supposed to light up green when loaded, isn't it? Yet the light is out on most of these.
Yep.
Don't tell me he's already used them up.
He's like steroiding himself?
That's why he cut down one of his own. For the regulator. Who's there?
Oh. Wow. Oh, okay, so we're doing a trial now.
Alphino! And Y'shtola Adestinian too!
Oh, this is handy.
Lest you wonder, all is well in Taral. The enemy has withdrawn, freeing us up to come and lend you a hand.
Freetra saved us.
The backroom crew gave us a briefing. No rest for the righteous as usual, eh?
Yep, no rest for the wicked either.
The idea of empowering oneself with souls is rather reminiscent of void-sent practices. I should be keen to learn more about the process, after more pressing matters have been resolved.
I believe I speak for everyone when I say I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, because it means it's trial time. Trial time!
The Alexandrians have suffered heavy casualties. We must stop Zoralja before it gets any worse.
With comrades of such caliber, we've nothing to fear. Wait, how did they get here? Shh. Mirokos.
I thank you for coming with me this far, my friend.
Don't ask questions.
And I ask
just
you to lend me
consume
your strength
content.
one last time. Together, let us defeat Zoralja.
They were behind us. They were behind. Wait a minute. No, they came in front of us.
And here is where I must excuse myself.
No, it does not make sense. They should have come up behind us. So it could have been like, we've been trying to catch up with you this whole time.
Every one of us.
I don't know why they came up in front of us. That was stupid. They've been running their separate side dungeon up the other side of the shaft. Estinian jumped and they held on for dear life? That sounds about right. Oh, we're asking... Oh, I'm not worried about how they got into the dome. They can just walk up to the dome. That's not a big deal. Yeah, they can absolutely just walk up into the dome. I was more wondering how they got into the building and then on the other side so that they walk toward us instead of behind us. I don't care about them getting into the dome. Okay.
What in the world is that?
Oh, that looks like a tunnel into the void, to the rift tunnel.
It couldn't be a void gate.
Oh yeah, gotta love us some void gates.
It's enormous.
Yum.
Aye, it dwarfs even the ones Zeromus opened.
Well.
That is no void gate. It doesn't lead to the 13th.
No, but it's basically a gate.
Then
it's going to a reflection or another.
In all likelihood, it's a portal to yet another reflection.
Yeah. Reflection time? Reflection 9?
To think that realities being fused together was only the beginning.
Well, I mean...
The speculation must wait. He's here.
Fog can't pursue my... Yeah, she can see through the fog, I imagine. Is this their attempt at doing Arthas, the Lich King? I am Arthas. Hey bro, have you ever heard of this? No king rules forever.
There is a limit to how much ether a living being can harbor while retaining its physical form.
Uh-huh.
Zoralja has far exceeded that limit.
Okay, so basically, in order for him to fight Wool...
He has attained power to rival even a king among Voidsent, but at a terrible cost.
Yeah.
12 have mercy.
He doesn't look so good.
Brother! It ends here and now.
Yeah, I don't care about the getting into the dome. Getting into the dome is easy sauce at this point. The problem is getting up the tower. And then somehow ahead of us.
How it vexes when you call me brother.
Okay, this might be it. Okay, let's see what he's going to tell us.
Brother, blood heir, resilient son. Who am I? What is my path? Why was I born?
Why are you asking these questions? I'm guessing Galul Jaja was a shitty dad.
I am Wuklamat, vow of resolve of Tulihyolol. And you are Zorolja, king of Resolve of Alexandria. For the last time, we fight. For duty. For blood. For everything.
We didn't open up all the zones, though.
Yes, we fight.
Hmm.
Hold nothing back. This multitude of souls I shall burn to the last mote.
Okay. So we're fighting somebody on steroids. It's great.
I will kill you and prove the miracle. I will prove that I am Father's true successor.
We're back to the same old words that he said before. I just wish I could understand what place that came from. Does it come from narcissism? Does it come from pride? Does it come from greed? Does it come from anger? Does it come from fear? Does it come from abandonment? That's the problem. It's all surface with Zoraal. So people can tell me, oh, he wants to prove himself. But my question is, why? Well, because he's always been told a miracle. Okay, but why does that bother him? That's the problem. I feel like I'm in John Wick. Somebody's been watching John Wick 4. I love it. That's all right. We defeated the Endsinger. So much for this being a one-on-one duel. I will duel no one but Wuklambat. Oh, well, now suddenly we're all going together. Okay. Alright, let's go in. Am I leaving out no one? All-rounder Grahatia. That is the true meaning of Chad. Sage, Sorceress, Y'shtola. Grahatia. Anyway, okay. Are we doing it? Yeah. I need a shot of whiskey in a mosh pit. This song is badass. It is epic. Yeah, I will break down the few little issues I have with Dawntrail, but overall, I will say, so far, I've enjoyed Dawntrail so far. No beef.
Come at me with your all. I will make you kneel.
Okay. I love this shit. This feels actually...
Let the victor's reign be sanctioned by the blood of the
Oh! Here we go. Yeah! What in... is this? Oh my lord. I should have probably not popped that. I should have probably kept that. Yeah. I should have kept it for that. Well, you know what? I'm new. That was like, you know, like one of those moments where... well, you know, where guys kind of go too early. Yeah, that's kind of... yeah. What is it called again?
More! I need more!
Gloves are off, apparently.
What visions are these?
Haha, these are all of the people. He will be a great Dawn servant.
Is this my weakness given shape?
I love the... ow. Where am I?
Down with you!
Okay. I love this music. Oh, interesting. Okay. 2 Vuln stacks.
No limits will bind me! Something special for you.
You underestimate me.
Ow.
Be gone, along with my pitiful past.
Oh. And premature, yes. That's right. Crystal Tower vibes? Yeah. Okay, so that one where the swords go in and out, there's a little pause, and I need to make sure I don't go too early.
Let the victor's reign be sanctioned by the blood of the fallen.
I need more power.
Yeah. Well, you're fighting 8 people, so... Okay.
More! I need more!
What visions are these?
So his people are using him.
Is this my weakness given shape?
He's going crazy. Ow.
Down with you!
Bam. Yikes. Wow, saved by my own NPCs.
No limits will bind me!
Back off!
Got you! Be gone, along with my pitiful past.
Try this!
Wow, successful completion. That doesn't sound too good. He needs some milk. Why did I die? Why did I die? Okay.
Let the victor's reign be sanctioned by the blood of the fallen.
I'm a little confused with this one,
I
but
need more power.
Hold still.
I didn't have any bones on me. Did I have bone stacks on me?
More! I need more! What visions are these? Out of my way! Is this my weakness given shape? Got down with you! Got you!
Did I step on the edge? Was it the edge that killed me? Sometimes you just get one shot? That's weird.
Be gone, along with my pitiful past.
Okay, is this where he goes mental? Okay. Okay, I didn't die. I didn't die. I didn't one shot. Okay, survive. What the? Oh. Uh-oh.
I am the worthy king. There is no miracle. This is my path.
Oh, wow. Big moment for him.
I trust only in myself. It's mine, the ultimate power!
Okay, now he is souped up. That's fantastic.
This power is proof of my authority!
Yeah, but why? Okay. Well, I have Phoenix going. I assume that's not good. Okay.
Creation yields to my command.
I wonder how the streamers responded to this.
My will resonates within reality.
Ew. You have to look over there. Yikes.
Hold still.
Mine is the path. This will hurt.
Okay, I'm gonna go over here.
Fly, my blades.
Wrong one?
All is mine to make and unmake. This will hurt.
I have you.
Blade.
Is this a circle? I bet the trial, the extreme version of this is gross. Can only imagine what the extreme trial version of this would be like.
Hold still.
Okay, so first is like the mirror. What the fuck?
My blades.
Hold still.
No mercy.
Try this.
Resonate.
Hold still.
Okay.
No mercy.
Oh boy.
Something special for you.
I think Adel did help a little, but I could be just telling myself that.
You made this.
I will not hold back.
Mine is the power.
Why does he say there is no miracle? I don't know, Leo. This is me suggesting, okay, if I was writing this character, I would have him hearing that he's a miracle child because his father shouldn't have had a kid. And at the same time, I would have shown that his father was always spending time with his adopted children instead of him. And clearly Galul Jaja wasn't able to keep tabs on his son's emotional health. Now, even the best parents make mistakes. Like, there's no such thing as a perfect parent. So this isn't a shit on Galul Jaja moment, but it does beg a lot of questions, right? It does beg a lot of questions, and it at one in one breath he says, I will prove myself, and then next breath he says there is no miracle. So it's an interesting, I think he's muddied. If I would describe this character, I think he's muddied. His motivations driving his behavior is not clear. I think they could have crystallized it a bit more. So it is done. His desire to surpass his father knew neither limit nor reason. Yeah, and reason, really. Used up all of his souls. Yeah, those souls were shit. Honestly, it only took 8 of us. What's up with that?
Brother.
So, it is to be defeat.
Wow, they got their kid up the tower as well. How fascinating.
Father, is that you?
Why do you weep?
Because it hurts. Because I don't understand why it had to be this way. Why don't I know you? Why didn't you want me?
How could I be a father when my own spurned me? He left me nothing. No throne. No legacy. Nothing. And so, I had nothing to leave you.
At some point in time, somehow,
Why does
Zeralja...
that matter? Couldn't you have just been there?
You ask a lost man for the way. I do not presume to call you mine, nor do I desire anything of you.
Then why did he have a kid? Well, it could have been an accident, literally.
Would I leave behind that which I've gained by the sweat?
It could be like the lizard version of a one-night stand.
To embrace or spurn.
But this still doesn't... How did he come to the conclusion that all that...
Unable to surpass father.
Yeah.
Or Ramachi.
Well, you surpassed me in one way.
For the resilient son, the miracle.
Premature ejaculation accident? Yeah. Well, that's nice. I hope they can all make their way to the ethereal sea. It's like popcorn coming out of a bag.
You think Papa left you nothing? You God's damned fool! You have the one thing he couldn't leave anyone else. You and Kululcha.
Y'shtola's like, everyone?
It's not over.
Oh, that's good. We still have one more zone.
Queen Sphene?
Zeralja is gone. There's no need to fight anymore. Sphene? Why are you here?
I wanted to express my gratitude to you all for vanquishing the King of Resolve and delivering my people.
Okay.
And to express my regret for what I've done to yours.
Your apologies won't bring back our dead or lessen your guilt. Still, to strike you down in revenge would trigger all-out war between our nations. More innocents would suffer.
Yeah, we need to get to the down to the bottom of this whole...
Even if we cannot be friends right now, we need to find a different path forward.
We need to get to the bottom of this whole endless bullshit.
Alexandria can coexist.
I fear that can never be.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
There is no other path for us. It's too late. I cooperated with Zeralja because I needed the life force yielded by the slain to sustain the Endless. Of course, the king betrayed me, and with his army defeated, that plan can no longer be realized. But I can't. I won't fail my people. Be they possessed of flesh or no, all of them are dear to me.
Sometimes you gotta let people go.
If there is something I can do for them, as their queen, I must do it.
See, she actually makes more sense. Hers is simply duty.
We appreciate your commitment to serving the Alexandrians and have endeavored to understand your beliefs. Be that as it may, you must know it's wrong to sacrifice our living to save your dead.
Yep.
I see. It's because you do not know them that you believe they're dead. They're not. So long as they are remembered, they shall never die.
This is like a twisted version of the Yokui.
You understand, don't you? No matter what anyone may say, I refuse to believe that Kafkiwa's is a hollow existence. That she can simply be allowed to fade away.
Your Majesty.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria.
Yeah, but memories
And
don't
my
a person
desire
make.
To protect my people transcends all others. For them, I will do anything. No price is too high.
Seven hells. Ah!
What is it?
There exists a legend in Alexandria. In ages past, faced with a calamity in their world, a clan of people used a singular power to flee to ours. The key which manifests this power answers to fervent desires.
It's like a primal.
Desperate, all-consuming supplications that have given rise to many a miracle.
Primal.
That key holds the secret to interdimensional fusion, and unraveling its mysteries was the foremost mission of the scientists of preservation. Alas, they failed to fully grasp its workings, leaving us with only partial control over it.
Okay, so they were invaded by probably another reflection.
If I'm to sustain the inhabitants of living memory, I have no choice but to call upon its power.
Okay.
And do what with it?
For hundreds of years I tried, but it was all to no avail.
I wouldn't call it a joining, it's a fusion or an escape.
To protect my realm. But I can still take up arms and fight. If bloodshed will save my subjects, then I will become history's most brutal queen.
Okay. Where is it going, though?
Wait.
Not just a flood of lightning. It sounds like one reflection joined their reflection. Not a rejoining, but a fusion of some kind. And then after that, they experienced the flood of lightning.
Oh, Sphene.
They called it the storm surge, yeah. And took Mama with him. Well, that's fantastic. Well, we'll just leave your theorizing till later. Father, yeah. Fool. Mother, what's happened to you? She gone now. Yeah, I'll say that such a threat existed in another reflection. When Emma itself bade you seek discovery, was he aware of it? This truly bodes ill? No shit. Yeah. Kakua said she operates her vessel from afar. Could something have befallen her? No. She was in the vessel. Lord Sphene spoke to your mother. Did they mean anything to you? Those who came from my village, none of them remembered her. Uh-oh. Now everyone's gonna know. It's the same as what we witnessed happen to those who knew Namika. And Kakua is... she deaded. You noticed something, didn't you? Whatever it is, please tell me. While Sphene projected herself onto machines, Kakua controlled hers remotely. But to me, they appeared identical in their existence. Both were inorganic objects fused with faint amounts of ether. When that ether faded, they became lifeless husks, and as we all saw, this happened to both the moments the portal closed. So Kakua was operating her vessel from the reflection beyond, but if none of her friends and acquaintance here remember her, then Kakua is an endless too. She'd been uploaded, endless, those who were created from memories of the departed. All this time my mother was dead. She fooled us all. Sphene, for one, does not seem to think of them in that way. No, she loves them like she does all her citizens, and she'll do anything to protect them. Such as plundering ether from the source. Alas, Zeralja had his own agenda and spoiled the plan. Now she possesses the key. She could target other reflections without our interference, reflections whose people have no idea what she is willing to do. And the people of the source are not the only ones in danger. We must stop her. Yeah, could imagine she lands on the first. We have to go to where Sphene has gone. I want to talk to her again, and perhaps we'll find Kakua as well. With the gate closed, we'll need to find an alternate means of passage. I will look into it. Thank you. Let us begin by investigating this place. There may be clues relating to what lies beyond. Let me help. I'll do whatever you need me to do. Anything at all. Poor Aaronville. Of course, my friend. Your knowledge and expertise would be most welcome. She dead? I called it? Yeah. I expect the investigation will take time. Perhaps you'd like to head back below with Galulja and get some rest. That's not a bad idea. We do need to share these developments with those in the back room as well. Come on, Galulja. It's been a tough day, full of PTSD moments, but we will survive. My guess is one reflection was being washed with a calamity due to rejoining. In desperation, those citizens joined with the 9th. And in so doing, brought with them ambient ether. So let's say the 12th joined partially with the 9th. And then the 12th was destroyed. The 9th continued on, but the 9th would have been suffused with the lightning ether that destroyed the 12th. So the 9th would be partially the citizens of the 12th, partially citizens of the 9th. A fusion of those two cultures. They have since started looking for other places to leech off of. This is what happens when you cling on to life unnaturally. You end up destroying other people's lives. You too, Nico. You've more than done your part for now, so leave this to us. Interesting. So much has happened so quickly. I'm still catching up mentally, but where it concerns Zeralja, I have no regrets. I made my choice and did what I had to do. I only wish I could have stopped Sphene too, stopped her from walking her misguided path. I could definitely use some rest. I'll be fine. You don't need to worry about me. Okay, so we're gonna stop here. I feel like this is a good stopping part. Yeah, I know. It's the lightning fingers, yeah. They return. I wasn't checking Discord and I missed like messages from my family. So lightning fingers. Zoralia ended up being a miss, sadly. Oddly satisfying. Clickety clack down the track. Yeah, I loved his design of the one-headed two-head, because there's no one he could share power with. The head he was missing was specifically the head of reason. I have to convince him that you totally weren't ignoring them? Yeah, basically. It's a great way to show in the design, but he no longer had reason. I think they were really trying to go something where he was seeing the ghosts of the people, and I think it just would have landed a bit more if we could have taken one scene from Wiklamat, given it to him, and maybe had us echo on him so we could see a flashback of him, his perceived, right? Because once again, this is his perception, his perceived increasing isolation. And have it so that his narcissistic supremacist behavior stemmed from a lack of empathy, a lack of understanding, an inability to communicate. I loved his design of the one-headed two-head, because there's no one he could share power with. What design? Morning, Johnny. The head he was missing was specifically the head of reason. Right. He was just resolve. He had no reason. Yeah, I just wish it was made a bit more clear. There were two heads. There were two necks, but one head when we went Super Saiyan. Oh. See? Once again, like, you put something important in a fighting cut scene, I'm not going to see it the first time. Like, I'm literally not going to see it. I'm like, this is one of the reasons why I struggled with Elden Ring, or still struggle with Elden Ring, is like, I can't... My brain moves at the pace of a snail. So I can't just see that and know it. So unless it's made very, very clear, I'm not gonna get it. I have a feeling, this is my gut instinct, I have a feeling that Dawntrail comes off better a second time around, maybe? Because then you'll notice certain things that you might have missed, even if you're trying not to miss it, right? That being said, so far I would still like to have seen a more personal scene with Zoraljah. I still think we were missing some of that connection. I think the execution is a little bit off in terms of the cutscenes. And yeah. Small bump. Yeah, I wouldn't even know. Like, I am not an observant person. Like, I don't observe physical reality. Like, everyone should know this by now. As large as his father, wielding 4 swords. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna look at a picture. Blah, blah, blah. So here we got a stump where the head is missing. So a metaphorically not complete. Which is a beautiful thought, right? He's simply not reasonable. He's simply lost the plot. Second time around isn't as bad? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I like this. Screaming like a Demogorgon head too? Disturbing? Yeah, I have a feeling I will notice this more next time, Epic. Once I get the mechanics down and I can... Like, when I go into a fight, I am not good. I suck. The last thing I'm looking at is even the boss. Like, I have no... People tell you, like, oh, you'll get muscle memory. I have no muscle memory. My muscle memory is like wet noodles. But I think chat will remember how way back when I talked about Resolve and Reason with Galul Jaja, I almost knew right away that Reason was dead, right? Reason was dead. And the idea is, what happens if you don't have a balance in your life? For Kuana, he's all reason, almost no resolve to a certain degree. Although I would argue that out of everyone, Kuana's probably the most balanced, but anyway. And then Wuklamat and Zoraljah struggle with not having reason in their lives. They're more likely to flip out of control. And yeah. Now we're going to be facing someone who styled herself as the Queen of Reason, but now she's trying to transform herself into Resolve. So we're going to find out whether this theme will transfer properly into the character journey of Queen Sphene. Stop looking at your hotbars or rework your UI. Your muscle cells never reach the neurons. Yeah. Remember what he did when his head of reason spoke out of turn? No idea. But if the game doesn't make it clear to me, then that's not entirely my fault. Oh. I mean, yes, but the person who was his voice of reason, he killed him, right? But that voice of reason was also corrupted, you know, like that wasn't a very good orogenics. Yeah, that voice of reason was not great. But I'm supposing even that's what I saw them as. I saw them as very corrupt and self-serving. A voice of reason, sure, compared to Zeralja, but I didn't see them as being really that helpful, because ultimately I thought they were serving themselves. Oh no. Orogenics. Trying to find the orogenics armor. What do they look like? Anyway. I want pieces from here. I want pieces from here. This one right here with the jacket. I want that. I want this short jacket. The short jackets are nice. Yeah. It gives me like Watchdog vibes, bizarrely enough. Stuff is pretty good too, if you like that. There's some bare chesting going on. But anyway. That's Vanguard gear. Yes, very Watchdog. I saw him as a foil to the concept of head of resolve and reason. Yeah, I can agree with that epic. I can get behind that. Yeah. So basically we could put down the evil vizier who he killed is the dark version of Quana, and Zoralja was the dark version of Wuklamat. And incidentally, if you compare Zoralja and Wuklamat, Zoralja had everything that Wuklamat did not have. He had a father. He was considered to be special. He was considered to be gifted. Everyone gave him respect. He had a lot of things that she did not have. But yeah, in the end, it wasn't enough. I just wish they could have maybe made it a bit more clear that it came from a sense of isolation, maybe. I'm going to guess he struggled to make genuine connections and then got into his head, and that led to a vicious cycle of withdrawing and then feeling like he was being abandoned, but he was just withdrawing all the time. That's my guess, but I wish it was a bit more clear. But still, beautiful fight. Love the music. Love the fight. Love the dungeon. Loved where they went with this. It was obvious to me that Kakua was dead. It was obvious to me that there was something wrong with Sphene. All of these things that were fairly obvious resolved themselves well. I'm okay with not being surprised. I think that's totally fine. I don't need surprises. Probably the saddest part would be the death of Otis. I think Otis was a highlight for me tonight. He just had a very wholesome vibe, and I really appreciated, meeting a character like that. It's just unfortunate because Otis gave me strong Horshaphant vibes, and the sadness of his death was diminished by the fact that Sphene was in the scene, weighing things down with the uncertainties that surrounded Sphene. If it was anyone else grieving for Otis, it would feel different, I think, but because Sphene is such a complicated character by that point in time, it was tough. And another one would be the death of Zoralja. Once again, I didn't feel sorry for the kid. I didn't feel anything really. And part of that is because I just had too many questions about Zoralja that I didn't feel it. But so far, I actually don't think the story is terrible. I just think the pacing and the focus is a bit off, but overall not terrible. Robo Bro. FF9, do it. You are our Zoralja Chieko. Aw, so kind of you, Tab. I can feel your love. Well, you know what? It's been a day. I'm not promising to go to bed, but I am going to sign off for now. 1:30, an hour and a half past my target, but I feel like we ended at a good point. And I will go and take some more medication and chill. But I don't regret it. And hopefully we'll be able to hang out on Sunday, and I'll be in the best of health, hopefully by then. But thank you everyone for hanging out with me. I really appreciated it. And I loved every moment, particularly when I was in the dungeons and the trials, getting my ass whooped. But anyhow, we'll see everyone around on Sunday. I'm not sure what we're going to do on that day. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'll see you. Take care, everyone. And good luck out there.